Good afternoon and welcome to the January 27th, 2026 meeting of the Town of Chatham Select Board. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, including the use of AI note-taking apps, please notify the chair. Seeing none. Pursuant to Governor Healy's March 28, 2025 signing of Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 38, Section 20, until June 30th, 2027, this meeting of the Chatham Select Board is being conducted in person and via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 203-386-491#, or join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. While this is a live broadcast and simulcast on Chatham TV, Xfinity Channel 1072, despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide real-time access. We will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. First item of business is to establish a quorum. Ms. Davis?
Present.
Mr. Dykens?
Present.
Mr. Metters?
Present.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
And the chair is present, so 5-0. First, we'll take up the minutes of the meeting of January 13th, 2026. Do I hear a motion?
Move the minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any corrections? The chair just has one on page 9. This has to do with the time of adjournment of the meeting. We entered executive session at 7:52. I thought, and it says the meeting was adjourned at 8:04. I thought the executive session went longer than that. If
It might have been
8:34 instead of 8, yeah, that sounds right. Okay, with that correction, I'll take a vote. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. They are approved. Next, we have public announcements and agenda item requests. Are there any from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's more of a request. We finalized our goals and objectives and voted on those in the last couple of weeks. And I think, well, what I'd like to see is, even though we're working on the committee handbook, I'd like to see our committees be sent our goals and objectives so that they can review them.
I think that's a good idea. I know that the Council on Aging has always, for example, has always looked at our goals as they have modified theirs.
Thank
So
you.
we'll get that done.
Kathy, did they go to the chair? Do you know? The chairs?
I believe I sent them to the chairs. I know department heads and staff
Oh,
liaisons.
so it's already been done. No, thank you.
Anything else from the board? Any from the public? Okay, so I'm going to invite our Fire Chief, Justin Tavano, and our Deputy Emergency Management Director to give us an update on the response to the storms, plural, the last couple of days. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everybody. Just want to take a few minutes and just give a brief update on the planning and preparedness efforts that went on last week and throughout the weekend from the most recent storm, and what we can expect going forward as we look ahead to Sunday. It looks like maybe some more weather coming our way. The emergency management team began monitoring the most recent storm system on Monday, the 19th. Communications with the National Weather Service, MEMA, Barnstable County Emergency Management, and our utility providers began early in the week and increased in frequency as we entered the weekend. Emergency management was planning and preparing for a significant winter storm throughout the week and conducted internal town of Chatham calls Friday and Sunday. The early guidance predicted extreme cold temperatures on Saturday, followed by heavy snow Sunday into Monday, with the potential for mixed precipitation on the tail end of the storm. There were no early concerns regarding winds, flooding, or widespread power outages. The biggest unknown throughout the week was the total snow accumulation, which would be contingent on temperatures and where the storm track would place the snow mix line. As we entered the weekend, confidence in an impactful storm event increased, and the forecast called for up to 12 inches of snow on the Lower Cape. There were no notable changes to the remainder of the forecast relative to wind, flooding, or the potential for widespread outages. Fire Department, Police Department, and Department of Public Works all had increased staffing Sunday and Monday. Based on the forecast and timing of the storm's impact, the decision was made on Friday for all town offices, including the community center and transfer station, to have a delayed start on Monday with the potential for full closure. As the storm took shape on Sunday and the forecast was still calling for additional snowfall throughout the day Monday, the decision was made to remain closed for the full day Monday. The Emergency Operations Center, our EOC, operated at a level 1 monitoring phase with Deputy Director Mark Heller tracking responses from the Fire Department, Police Department, and DPW, along with hazards throughout town and emerging issues while coordinating with county and state agencies. Plans were in place for full staffing of the EOC if the storm were to take a different track and have a greater impact on our region. In regards to personal care sites and overnight shelters, with the expectation that the precipitation would turn into a mix on Sunday evening and Monday morning, and winds would increase, the potential for isolated power outages increased. Due to this potential, emergency management made plans to activate the Chatham Community Center as a personal care site on Monday from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m. to provide any affected residents with a safe place to warm up and recharge electronic devices if necessary. The personal care site was staffed by volunteers from the Brewster, Orleans, Chatham, and Harwich Community Emergency Response Team, otherwise referred to as BOC-CERT. BOC-CERT was fully prepared to support the town's response and recovery efforts in any way possible, and their efforts are greatly appreciated by us. If residents required similar accommodations for warming and or recharging outside of the posted hours of the personal care site, they were advised that the Chatham Police Department would remain available 24 hours every day. Emergency management was in communication with leadership from St. Christopher's Church, which was prepared to stand up as a personal care site as well if needed. The county did not pre-activate the regional shelter, but had Red Cross and AmeriCorps volunteers secured and ready if there was a significant community need for overnight sheltering. Emergency management was also in communication with private partners to secure additional overnight shelter accommodations for any isolated needs. For transportation, fire and police department personnel were available to assist any residents with transportation to the police station if they needed a place to warm up or recharge devices. With the opening of the personal care site at the community center on Monday, 2 drivers from the Center for Active Living were on call to provide transport to any residents in need. The vans from the Seafall were relocated to the fire department so they could remain clear of snow and prepared for deployment. For communications, the Town of Chatham Fire Department and Police Department social media accounts began posting notices about a potential significant winter storm as early as Wednesday, January 21st. A reverse 911 was sent out to all subscribers via the Smart 911 emergency notification system on Saturday, January 24th, once reliable guidance was provided by our weather experts. Emergency management posted a situational awareness statement on the emergency management landing page on the town website, providing all relevant storm-related information, including safety tips. The Center for Active Living staff made calls to all residents identified on the special assistance list. Several residents were identified as being reliant on home oxygen, but indicated that they felt comfortable with their emergency supplies. One resident on this list stated that she did not feel comfortable being home alone during the storm and requested assistance with temporary shelter. Seafall staff submitted this request to emergency management, and temporary relocation accommodations were made with one of the town's private partners. Fire department personnel transported that resident to that location site on Sunday morning prior to the storm's arrival and returned to her home on Monday. Seafall staff made another round of calls through the special assistance list on Monday to ensure everybody was safe. The Town of Chatham maintains outstanding collaboration between all town departments, volunteer organizations, regional and state partners, local private partners, and private utility providers. The Town of Chatham storm preparation calls provide critical insight into the challenges that each department faces. They aid in identifying vulnerable residents, and they ensure that nothing falls through the cracks so that the town is as prepared as possible to respond and recover to significant weather events such as this. The staff member from the Harbor Masters Division was assigned to the fire department with a pickup truck and plow for the duration of the storm. This resource responds alongside fire and EMS personnel to ensure adequate access during emergencies, also allowing DPW and plowing contractors to continue to focus on clearing the roads. Town departments have access to a shared incident log via Microsoft Teams, logging any storm-related information and responses, especially those which impact travel, block roadways, or result in utility disruptions. This log has proven critical in past weather events, providing emergency responders with heightened situational awareness in identifying areas of town which have endured the greatest impact. The town manager's office, fire department, and police department coordinate communications to maintain consistent messaging to the community. Storm preparation, response, and recovery is a collaborative effort involving all town departments, volunteer groups, regional and state partners, local private partners, and private utilities. Preparations begin with monitoring information and guidance a week out, and it is critically important that we do not rush to make final decisions and publicize information, as forecasts often do not gain reliable confidence until 24 to 48 hours before impact. Even when storms end up being less impactful than predicted, hazards are minimal and few challenges are presented, it is crucial that our departments are prepared, staffed adequately, and have the appropriate resources necessary to respond and recover to these types of events. While this storm brought a significant amount of snow over the course of a day and a half, we were fortunate that the winds were not worse and there were no reported power outages. The police department has reported that it did not have anyone call or show up seeking warmth or electricity to recharge devices, and there were no visitors to the personal care site at the Chatham Community Center on Monday as well. Ultimately, the town of Chatham was well prepared for the storm, and efforts turned out to be a rather have and not need than need and not have scenario. Thank you to all town staff, our CERT volunteers who participated in planning, response, and recovery efforts. As we move deeper into the winter season, with the possibility of another storm on the horizon this weekend, emergency management continues to emphasize the importance of residents being prepared, having a plan, and staying informed.
Thank you, Chief, for that very detailed report and for the work of your department and the staff. Deputy Chief Heller, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? This is purely informational at this point.
No, it's a great report. You mentioned it's better to have and not need. Did you have any needs at all?
Not really. It was all in all pretty quiet. We had some potential carbon monoxide calls. You never know what each storm is going to bring as far as challenges. This one, with just the temperature fluctuations, and then when the wet snow came in and the wind directions, we started to get worried, along with the drifting that occurred throughout the day Sunday. We started worrying about getting exhaust vents blocked up. We did go out for a couple investigations for carbon monoxide and mitigated those quickly.
Thanks, Justin. Good job.
Thank you. Corey?
I know it's a little early, but any words of wisdom for this upcoming weekend?
It's a little early, but it does look like there's going to be some sort of impact. A little less, if I had to guess. I'm not a meteorologist, but just based on what we're seeing right now, it looks like probably a little bit less snow, but a little bit more wind. So I think, unfortunately, it looks like we're getting into one of those same patterns that I think we were in maybe 2015, where it was week after week after week after week. So
Hope you're wrong.
hope I'm wrong.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Unless there are any other questions or public announcements or agenda item requests, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your work. The next item is a public hearing to consider a petition from N-Star Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy to install 40 feet plus or minus 1 to 3 inches conduit and one new handhole, 122/HA9 at 159 Sea Pine Road. Ordinarily, I would ask our clerk, Stuart Smith, to read the public hearing notice. Stuart, do you want to do that? I can ask the vice chair to read it if it's more convenient.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
I'll ask you, Jeff.
Thank you. The Chatham Select Board will hold a public hearing at 5:30 PM on Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, in the large meeting room of the Town Office Annex, 261 George Ryder Road, Chatham, Mass., and remotely via Microsoft Teams platform to consider a petition from N-Star Electric doing business as Eversource Energy to install 40 feet plus or minus 1 to 3 inches conduit and one new handhold, 122/HA9 at 159 Sea Pine Road. The public is welcome to attend the meeting in person or participate via a link in the Meetings posted agenda, signed the Select Board.
Thank you. So if attending for Eversource is Barbara Bissett. Barbara, do you have anything you would like to say in support of this petition?
I would just like to know if there were going to be any questions about the petition. And I did verify that we would mold bore under the road, which I know was something that was, that you guys wanted to make sure of. So that is what we will do.
Okay, yes, there is a commentary. There's an email from the Public Works Director in support of it with that condition or that recommendation. Any questions or comments from the board? If not, we'll ask for the public to participate if they wish. It's a public hearing. Anybody have anything they want to say on this petition from Eversource? I don't see anyone. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. I will call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dyken.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you. It's approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. We do not have any items for the consent agenda, so we will next proceed to the public comments on the business agenda. If anyone wants to make comment on any item on the business agenda at this time, they may do so. Otherwise, they can do it contemporaneously when the agenda item is taken up. Elaine Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on the agenda item for the bulkhead replacement at Barn Hill and the bulkhead replacement at Riders Cove, if when that presentation is made, if someone could just tell us how they got that bad. Apparently, they were recently discovered with inspections by GEI or whoever was down there, and it seems to me we should be inspecting them more frequently than that. It seems like, again, we get ourselves in a position where we don't maintain things, and then we have to replace them. Between these two, it looks like it's going to be a total of at least 5.5 million. And so I hope they will address that as to how they got this bad, because it's dangerous for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Your request is noted. Any others? Okay, I see none. First item on, we'll now proceed with the regular business agenda. The first is to consider a special one-day alcohol licenses for various dates in 2026 for the Creative Arts Center. And presenting for the Arts Center is Amy Middleton. Ms. Middleton,
Hi.
do you want to, there are a number of dates here.
Yes, these are our monthly, well, they work out pretty much monthly receptions for our art shows.
Okay.
It's pretty standard what we've had for years and years, and they're for the most part from 4:30 to 6 on Friday evenings, but because of the way the calendar fell with Good Friday and a few other dates, I think there's a couple Thursdays in there.
They run from February 6th through October 16th, and all the events are held at the Creative Arts Center at 154 Crowell Road. Correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, any questions from the board, or do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve. Move to grant special one-day alcohol licenses for wine and malt beverages only to Amy Middleton of the Creative Arts Center for events being held at 154 Crowell Road, Chatham, on the following dates and times. February 6th, these are all from 4:30 to 6. I'm going to read the dates. February 6th, March 6th, April 10th, May 8th, June 5th, July 9th, July 31st, September 3rd, and October 16th. Again, all from 4:30 to 6 p.m.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second, and just a quick comment.
Yes,
Just a small typo on October 2026, not 2025.
it should be October,
Minor, but
2026. It says 2025.
Good
Okay,
catch.
thank you. Okay, and you did second it?
second, yes.
So, okay, moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 5-0. It's approved. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Please join us.
Next is to consider approvals for proposed Chatham Chamber of Commerce and Merchants Association events for 2026. Kristen Muller will present this as she has in the past. This is the second year in a row. I think you've done them all in one fell
Yes.
swoop. This has not yet gone to the Parks and Rec Commission because of the storm. which is normally the first step, the board can take a vote that's contingent upon a positive recommendation from that commission. So Kristen, do you want to present this? I know, let me say first, we have several members who have a conflict on individual items. They will remain on the panel but abstain when we'll separate those items out
Sure.
and for individual votes, and they will each respectively abstain when those come up. Mr. Metters.
Mr. Chair, as a member of the Merchant Association, I've historically recused myself from the
whole
entire
thing.
slate, so I will step away. I don't think we're short on any votes, so should not be an issue.
Okay, thank you.
I got you to stay last year for a little bit.
Kristen, it's all yours now.
I thank you, Kristen Muller for the Chamber of Commerce and Merchants Association. As you mentioned, this is the second year we are doing, or I am before you to request our entire year of events, permissions, and associated permits. It became clear to us over the last couple of years in planning that all of our events are interdependent upon each other, and so presenting them to you as one whole slate helps us plan ahead and helps us start funding requests and all of that. And so I appreciate you allowing us to do that. I also wanted to just take a moment to thank you for entertaining the conversation that we had last year about Kate Gould Park. It has sort of really rolled into a great beautification committee that's making wonderful progress on making sure that the park remains sustainable. And I just appreciate your support last year in moving forward with that. And I think that the committee at this point with stakeholders from all over the town is really doing some great work. So thank you for that. Okay, so you're familiar with most of our events. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of the details, only to say that in speaking with the police department after, between Oktoberfest and Christmas Stroll, they have made a request that the event not grow any beyond its current means, and we're fine with that. So there are no changes to that event for next year. All of the perimeters would be identical, and all of the requests would be identical for that. Same with all of our other events. There's really no changes to the slate this year. If you have questions about any particular ones, I can offer some details or clarify some things, but 2026 is shaping up to look, just like 2025, if we can pull that off.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge the participation of Mr. Dykens and the Beautification Committee. I had one question on the Oktoberfest.
Yes.
There is a question on the form that asks whether a fee will be charged or funds solicited, and it's marked yes. I assume that's a reference not to a fee,
It's
but
to the donations requested.
They're
Funds solicited, I thought I
voluntary
needed to say yes. It's all voluntary
Yeah.
donations.
Okay.
And not within Kate Gould Park as per the deed restriction on that. So in the parking lot and on the street, but not within the bounds of the park.
Okay. So there are multiple motions.
Oh, I did want to make one other note
Yes,
quickly,
go
if I may. This is just sort of a point of information. The permission for the buoy tree was supposed to expire this past week, and we had the business that will be housing it for the winter was closed last week, so we weren't able to remove it. I was in touch with Kathy and with the DPW, and we were granted an extension. Well, now, I'm not really sure when it's going to move, because moving it is going to be complicated with all the snow, but I will keep in touch with Tom Barr and Kathy, and as soon as it is physically possible to move it, we will get it out of there.
Very good, thank you. Okay, so there are several motions here. I guess I'll offer them, but the first is I move to grant permission to use town property for the following locations as outlined by the applicant. Let me ask Shireen and Jeff, is there any item on this that you wish to recuse yourself from?
Yes, I'm going to abstain from the Oktoberfest, October 17th, and the related motions.
That's the second one, Kate Gould Park.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to recuse from Art in the Park. I'll abstain.
Is that on this as well?
It's the use of the facility, Kate Gould Park.
Well, should we split those? Otherwise, we're not going to have three
Please.
voters. Is that, it says Kate Gould Park, June 17th to August 14th. That's the Art in the Park.
That's the Art in the Park, yes.
Why don't we split that one up?
You'll have Stuart, you, and
You can recuse from that, Jeff, and the October 9th to the 31st,
I can vote for that.
and you can vote for that, too. 9 through the 31st, what is that?
That's Pumpkin
Pumpkin.
People.
Yeah,
You okay on that?
yes,
You're going to abstain from October 17th?
that's it, yeah.
Okay. So, well, let me offer the motion this way. First motion is I move to grant permission to use town property for the following locations as outlined by the applicant. Chatham Community Center on April 4th, 2026. Sears Park on December
Wait,
11th,
Community Center. What are,
The Easter egg hunt.
it's the park. It's Kate Gould Park, the Easter egg hunt.
This is April 4th.
Yeah. Did I do that wrong?
That's the Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, that's in Kate Gould
That
Park.
was,
Kate Gould
that was my mistake.
But that's not the one you're recusing.
No.
So that's.
So the first one, should excuse me, the first one should read Kate Gould Park, not the community center.
Okay. Okay. So that's the first item in this motion. The second is Sears Park on December 11th, 2026.
Wait. Oh, Sears Park, yes, I'm sorry, my bad.
Chatham Bars Avenue parking lot on October 7th. Well, you're going to recuse yourself from that, Shereen, right?
The October 17th.
Yeah. So we'll strike that from this one as well. So this motion is limited to the Kate Gould Park on April 4th, 2026, Sears Park on December 11th, 2026, the Town Hall parking lot on December 11th, 2026.
Yep.
We'll split that one up, too. The Town Hall lawn on Main Street and Cross Street on November 20th, 2026 to January 22nd, 2027. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I will call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr.
I think I
Dykens.
can vote aye on this.
Yes, you both
Aye.
can vote. Mr. Dykens, aye. Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so that's 4-0. Now we'll take the ones on which there are recusals. The first one is Kate Gould Park on June 17th to August 14th, 2026. Mr. Dykens has recused himself. I'll accept a motion on that. I'll offer the motion.
Yeah, and I'll
And
second
you
the motion,
seconded it.
yeah.
Call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That's 3-0. And Kate Gould Park on October 17th. Ms. Davis has recused from that.
Correct.
Call the roll on that. Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Did I offer the motion? I offered the motion on that. I need a second.
Second.
Okay, now Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next is the Chatham Bars Avenue parking lot on October 17, 2026, and Ms. Davis has recused from that.
Correct.
I'll offer the motion, and I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Town Hall parking lot on October 17, 2026, Ms. Davis has recused,
Correct.
and I'll offer the motion,
Second.
and it's seconded. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Next is a motion to grant use of town roads on December 11th, 2026, as outlined by the applicant. I don't think anyone is recused on this.
No.
Is there a second?
Second.
And that's on my motion, and I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 4-0. I move to grant 4 special one-day entertainment licenses for the following dates and locations as outlined by the applicant. The first is going to be one where Ms. Davis is recused. Well, we'll take that individually right now. Saturday, October 17th, 2026, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Kate Gould Park, Chatham Bars Avenue lot and Town Hall parking lot for amplified live and recorded music for dance exhibitions and live bands. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Davis has recused. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
and Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next, Friday, December 11th, 2026, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. at Sears Park for amplified recorded music. Is there a second? I move on
Second.
that. Second to my motion, and I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next, I move on Saturday, December 12th, 2026, from 2:00 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Main Street for live acoustic singing carolers. Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next Sunday, I move December 13th, 2026, from 11 o'clock a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. on Main Street for live acoustic singing carolers.
Second.
And to call the roll, Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Next, I move to grant 2 special one-day alcohol licenses as follows. Ms. Davis is going to recuse from this. To Eric Christensen of Pours and Bites LLC for Saturday, October 17th, 2026, from 11 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. at the Town Hall parking lot. And to Erica Christensen of Pours and Bits LLC, I don't know if it's Pours and
It's
Bites,
Bites,
it's spelled
yeah, that's
both
probably
ways. Pours and Bites LLC for Saturday, October 17th, 2026, from 11 o'clock a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. at the Chatham Bars Avenue lot.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Call the roll. Mr. Dykens.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I think that's everything.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Dean, good job.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll wait for Corey to come back. Is he there?
Could be on.
The next item on the agenda is to consider proposed changes to the 2026 Independence Day Parade and parade route parking prohibition, and our police chief, Mike Anderson, and the chair of the Independence Day Parade Committee, Steve DeBoer, will be presenting on this. Oh, it's actually Lieutenant Harris. And Chief Anderson is here as well. So who's going first on this?
I guess me.
I got 2 hands raised. Mr. DeBoer.
So good evening.
Welcome.
Steve DeBoer. I'm here tonight as the chair for the Independence Day Parade Committee, along with Chief Mike Anderson and Lieutenant Sarah Harris. I wanted to just give you a brief update of where we stand today, and then more importantly, discuss 3 topics of change that we would like to see happen for the parade this year. The committee has a full contingency of 5 people this year. We lost 2 very helpful people last year, but we were able to get 2 new ones this year, and just a short time ago, and they've already hit the ground, and they're off and running and doing very well. We've already solicited through the media for themes for this year's parade. The committee will be deciding what that's going to be on our meeting on February 18th, and then we'll make that known to everybody so that they can get started on their floats. And at about the same time, we're going to start soliciting for the Grand Marshal for the parade this year. So the 3 topics that we wanted to discuss, the first one, I guess we'll take this in order of difficulty. The first one is changing the time, the start time of the parade. In the past, it's been 9:30, which has caused some amount of standing around and people waiting. We're proposing to start the parade at 9 o'clock this year. That'll lessen the amount of people waiting, and it'll also get people home to start their own celebrations a little bit earlier that day. Do you want to say anything about that? No?
Yeah, people usually don't know what time it starts anyway, so we felt that the 9 o'clock change on that would be indifferent to everyone, so.
Why don't
Everyone's
we-
already waiting and ready for it to go at 9 o'clock, so we'd like to start earlier.
Thank you. Why don't we take these recommendations separately? Are there any questions or comments? Corey, you're the liaison to the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I mean, frankly, I think the 9 o'clock is fine. I'm usually downtown early myself, and there's a lot of bodies who are mulling around, getting coffee and muffins and whatever or other shops are open, and they're getting their chairs set up. So honestly, I don't think anyone's even gonna notice the difference. So I don't think a 9 o'clock start is an issue at all.
Shereen?
I'm a little bit ambivalent to this, but I do know a lot of people like to have their breakfast celebrations with families and stuff, and then walk down or be at the park and do that. So I mean, people are well ensconced into town at 9 a.m., so I guess.
So the staff memo indicates that the start time change requires no approval from the select board. Are there any comments from the public? Questions from the public? I don't see any. So we can do nothing on this, or if we want, we can take a vote endorsing it. All right, we'll leave it, you're starting at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Your next recommendation, Steve.
All right. The second recommendation, and all of these three items were deliberated by the committee, I think over the course of 2 meetings, and we had input from Chief Anderson and Lieutenant Harris and Corey Metters as our liaison. This one involves a change of the route of the parade. What we're trying to do is eliminate large gaps that seem to occur towards the end of the parade, to the point where participants were actually getting into the line of march thinking the parade was over, which caused further problems for the people who were actually in the parade. So we're trying to eliminate that happening and compress the area a little bit. So our thought was to come down Main Street as we always did, but make a right onto Old Harbor Road at the Rotary and go up Old Harbor Road to the Barcliff Avenue area where the parade could break down and then make their way back to the middle school.
There was also some concern that under the current route, the larger floats, the trucks, had difficulty making the turn onto Kroll Road. Is that correct?
Yes, we've had a number of issues, especially down at the lights at Kroll Road, with the crowds coming into the road to the major intersection that we're actually trying to keep open, and then still getting the larger floats to be able to traverse that area has been difficult over the years as we have extended it.
Okay.
Do you think that won't be an issue for going up Old Harbor Road? I mean, that's a tighter turn, isn't it?
No, it's a fairly easier turn. Before they had to traverse around the Rotary, so they almost had to make it more difficult to get straight through the Rotary, and now they can just bend right, and we have a wide enough area there that we've assessed, and they go through all the time, so.
Okay.
Just a couple comments. There was huge crowds from the Rotary down to the start of the beginning of Kroll Road and then along Kroll Road. I appreciate your comment about the gaps in the parade. There were gaps in the parade, so many, so that people did think it was over and they started to walk away. But I'm a little worried about crowd control. There was a lot of people around the Rotary and a lot of people from the Rotary down to Kroll and going up Kroll. Those folks are gonna go up Old Harbor. And so Old Harbor we have to expect a considerable amount of people on Old Harbor. Are there sidewalks the whole way on Old Harbor or not?
Yes,
Nearly, yes, nearly, yes. And Old Harbor is always closed anyway because we have that area closed because no one can come down to the Rotary and Main Street area is closed. So that road already being closed would allow us to have everyone lining the sides, just as they would on Main Street towards Kroll.
And then the thought, when it ends at Barcliff, you take a left and go to the middle school, back to the middle school.
Yeah, you could either make a left there.
Or go back to Shore
continue
Road.
straight out to Shore Road, or, even make a right if you wanted.
And go down towards the Fish Pier.
Yes.
But, yeah.
What's the comparative widths of Kroll Road and Old Harbor? Are they,
The width,
the width, I mean,
I don't have the width, but everything's traversable and the same as downtown Main Street, so.
What was the question again?
I asked how wide comparatively is Kroll Road versus Old Harbor?
I think you would find Old Harbor to be a little bit wider because it's a state roadway as opposed to a town roadway.
Okay.
And the distance, we measured the distance of the parade route. It's only off by 1/10 of a mile. I think this one is, they're roughly the same length.
Okay.
I have another question.
Yes.
So one of my questions is, I mean, everybody's so tied into the idea of just, coming down Route 28, finding your spot, either early or not, latecomers. What's the outreach and what's the plan to inform literally thousands of people that it's not going to be the same?
Correct.
I mean, how is that going to happen? And what kind of outreach plan do you have to just sort of say this is the new route, if it comes to be, and this is the exits, and I'm thinking of all the folks that are at like the Red Nun, and then along that road, and it seems like it's a significant, almost cultural change too. So I just curious as to what kind of advertising and outreach you're going to do to inform.
Well, the parade committee does have their own webpage, and we have a lot of followers on Instagram and the like, social media, and of course the Chronicle, and any number of social media things, and
The same with the police the outlets that we use, along with the town of Chatham, showing the routes and the parking and all the information, along with the change of time. Along with, we've talked about bannering the area and the police presence of coaching everybody of, hey, the parade is down there. In this past year is the first year that I actually was in the parade and saw where the crowds were. It wasn't as full down towards Shore Road. Everyone kind of congregates right there at the roadway, like you said. So we're hoping that this will progress people to move down there or down to Old Harbor as we continue them through.
I'm sorry, I thought you were finished. Go ahead. That's a lot of people. I mean, I can understand the safety side of this, spot on, but that's a lot of people that congregate at the community center, and as I said, at the Nun, and then at the corners of the Rotary and the corners. That's a lot of people to redirect down to one roadway that doesn't have any real spill out.
Sure.
I think it's the same area due to Depot Road, and then also using Highland. We kind of assessed the areas with the committee as to, if all the people that were parked here at the community, or were sitting here at the community center would now be at the Masonic Hall or at the Old Water Department, being able to use the school. And this change also opened us an outlet to be able to bring a shuttle into the community center, use the shuttles, use the parking lot of the community center longer, because we don't have to close that area, and actually maybe use the Little League field as more parking to allow and direct these people. But we would, like you said, be a new culture that we would have to teach everybody year one, year two.
Thank you.
Could I just add one thing to think about too with this new proposed route? By making the turn onto Old Harbor, you will have the ability for the usual group of Chatham parade attendees who show up late. They can get to the parade route. If they show up late last year, they're stopped at the Kroll Road Main Street intersection. Now they can travel on foot right up to pretty much where the Cumberland Farms is. But most importantly, when the parade ends, the people who are usually stuck downtown between those traffic lights at Kroll Road, that road is already open. So you'll be able to accommodate the late arrivers, and the people can leave earlier, and we're anticipating less traffic with this footprint.
Appreciate that.
That's what we're hoping for.
Thanks.
I'm trying to visualize this, because when I walk on Old Harbor, I always use the sidewalk that's headed north. Is there a sidewalk on the other side? I didn't think there was.
No, there's not.
It's on the east side.
The northbound side, the southbound side, the east side, yes.
Yeah. And is that not a concern in terms of where people would congregate to watch the parade?
Do you want to mention that you spoke to some of the property owners of the proposed route?
Yes, I did stop by the filling station. Normally, they're closed that day, but I think they're going to remain open that day. I spoke to Father John at Holy Redeemer. He was concerned because they have an 8 o'clock mass that day, and because they also use their parking lot as a fundraiser. But we're not going to block off that street. They're still going to be able to use that parking lot. We're going to probably encourage people to use that parking lot. And if the mass starts at 8, the parade starts at 9. By the time they get to the church, it'll probably be closer to 9:30, and he was okay with that. And I also spoke with Rich Roy from the Masonic Lodge, and he was kind of happy to hear that we were going to possibly be going past their site, because they use that also as a fundraiser.
What about private homeowners on the, both sides of the street, actually?
That roadway would be closed anyways, regardless of the route.
But people are going to be congregating on their front lawns.
Yeah,
Similar.
it'd be
similar
no
to-
different than Lower Main Street, other than the fact that they've been doing Lower Main Street for generations.
Okay.
I think
Well,
there's
according,
one area that has high shrubs straight to the road, so there wouldn't be anybody to be able to sit on the roadside there, but it would be similar, like you said, to Kroll Road, the people that sit there, and the rest of Main Street. They would just be transported to another area.
well, we're advised that the parade route requires no action from the select board, but the proposed motion is for us to support that recommendation, so I'm a little confused. Are we required? Is the board's approval required for the change in the parade route?
It's not.
Okay. Corey?
No, I mean, the board is being asked to support the conversations that the parade committee, fire rescue chief, everyone's kind of discussed prior. You know, I know I don't like change. I miss the good old days when we used to bring the floats to the ballpark and we'd all hang out afterward, but those days are long over with, and I understand why. And we've made some changes over the years. You know, I'm not 1,000% supportive of this, but I understand the thinking and the philosophy behind it. And I think, you know, even though it's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but we're going to have to do some PR to bring the word out. I think for the reasons that have been put on the table, I think that this board should support it. We're trying to do things a little more efficiently. You know, the parade, we love the parade. The downside is there's been gaps. There's been gaps the last couple of years, and it does impact, you know, the overall experience. And if we can correct that and make a route that's pretty much the same distance, and then reshuffle some of the traffic to a different part of town with some more efficiency, it's something I think that has merit. So it's different for sure, but we've gotten through prior changes in years past, and we'll get through this, I think, when all's said and done.
We're not changing the length of the parade.
It's
1.5 miles, 1.6 miles.
Yeah, exactly.
Any other comments from the board or the public? Jeff, did you want to say something?
No, I'm going to support your recommendation. I do have some concern about the crowds that will be moving up Old Harbor, because again, I'm repeating myself, but there were an awful lot of people from the Rotary down to Crowell Road, a lot of people, and coming up Crowell Road. And so I have some concern about that.
Shireen's comment about pre-parade publicity is important because a lot of these people are going to be showing up that week thinking they're going to be on Crowell Road or Main Street.
We're going to be changing a lot of family traditions too.
Yes.
Along the way.
Yeah.
Again, I'm sort of like Corey is. I'm not 100% convinced this is the best idea, but I do I appreciate the safety concerns, and with that,
Mr. Phillips.
All right, for the record, Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. This little speech is for this and the parking spots, but I gotta get some.
We're not talking parking yet, that's the next step.
Right, but this will apply just for you guys to understand. It is more important than ever to embrace our traditions and cultures as a Chatham community, not get rid of them. It is our culture that has kept Chatham beautiful for so long. There has been a rise of a class of people that are detrimental to society and Chatham in particular. These people are the nouveau riche, I think I did that right, or new money with no class. These people are selfish and only care about what they want, like the Kardashian values. And I'm going to give a couple examples of why this is important. When we threw big parties on the beach, we always made sure we cleaned up every single piece of trash there. About 2 years ago, I went to a party on the outer beach, and I left early on a kayak, but I was getting yelled at. They said, hey, the party you were at, no one cleaned up their mess. Again, I wasn't there, but this is the mentality now, is that people want to clean up their trash. And then the other one was the shell fishing industry, where, you know, a lot of the old timers are telling me when they're scratching for quahogs, you know, it's all seed, but yet they see, you know, people, you know, summer residents taking a basket of seed out. So, you know, I think it's really important we need to, you know, promote our culture. I kind of, you know, I've been following these meetings, and I asked the parade committee, you know, if anyone on the parade committee had grown up in Chatham or raised children in Chatham, and the answer was no. So, I mean, I don't know if they really fully understand our culture or our values and why these things are important. So, as far as the parade route, it seems, you know, I kind of went through the report, and it seems like it's been changed a couple times for whatever reason, but there's always some sort of unintended consequence. So they just keep changing it. And then, so I kind of want to go over the determining factors. So the route will discourage, you know, the new route's going to discourage large gaps. I don't know. Can you have some sort of volunteers directing traffic or something? It doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me. And then the next one, 2, or 3, 4, 5. You know, it says it's going to free up traffic. I mean, there's 30,000 people cram themselves into this town. Nothing anyone does, doesn't matter what road you close, you open, you go this way, you go that way, it's going to be jammed, it's going to be gridlocked no matter what. So I don't really think that's a reason to change the parade route. And we got this route, you know, this route significantly lessens the overall public safety footprint currently in place. But that's only because the parade, you know, the parade committee or whoever has changed the parade route to what it is now. So it's fixing a problem that they created themselves.
Brian, we have a 3-minute limit, so
I'm gonna
try to.
All right, so
come to-
I'll make it quick. If you know, I don't usually speak too long. So it says, you know, the new route provides better, you know, shade trees for spectators. I mean, these all seem pretty, I don't know, insignificant. Because what I'm really concerned about here is, you know, people that have done a lot for this community. And that person is Mike Giorgio. I mean, I worked for him. The guy just takes it on the chin all day long and keeps moving forward in a positive direction. You know, he's a family man. He does a lot of charity. We have, you know, he has about 2 months to make all his money. And for whatever, you know, these reasons are, it seems very superficial. To affect a pillar of our community like that, I think is just wrong. And it's not just him, it's all the people that go and congregate there. So, I mean, whatever superficial reasons are being made by, you know, people that aren't really from here, that's going to affect a pillar of our community, I think is wrong. And I think you guys should really reconsider this parade route.
Thank you. Carol Gordon. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Carol Gordon from South Chatham. I just want to say a little bit about the parade. Obviously, I've been there many, many years, and just to shorten the route or to take it by Old Harbor, I think it's going to bring more congested, bring all the people that sit at the Unitarian Church, and where are they going to go? They're going to go up towards Old Harbor, or it's just going to bring congestion just the other way around, whereas for years it's been working fairly good. I understand your concerns and everything, but I don't know. I think that it's always worked pretty well, and I don't know where these people are going to go. And you know, you've seen the crowds that sit at the Unitarian Church and down towards Carl Road. So anyway, just my 2 cents. But.
Thank you. Stuart, you had your hand up. Stuart? It's frozen. Oh, there you are. You're muted, Stuart. You're muted.
Hear me now?
There you are. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, my signal's kind of weak down here. So just a couple of questions. I may have missed it. The proposal Well, first, who approves the change in the route if it's not the select board?
I'm assuming it's the committee. I mean, Chief, do you have any, or the town manager, do either of you have any comment on that?
I can only comment on the fact that I sign parade permits, but the parade permits that come from town parades, I don't have authority on. So if it was a non-town parade or a road race, that's the permit I sign. A town-sponsored parade, and I think the bylaw says, except for the military, or the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts. Those are the only permits I don't sign.
I would take from that that it's the select board. If the select board doesn't like this, the select board could probably say no. I mean, the committee, I don't think has authority. We're the executive of the town, together with the
Yeah,
manager. That's how I would, I don't know if any other board member feels that way. That would be my impression. Stuart?
I would tend to agree with you, devoid of assigning it to the committee, which I don't think is part of their charge, and I just don't know what other entity would approve a public, well, a change such as this besides the board, but I'll leave it to.
I would say that when the changes have been made in recent years, which has simply been to extend the parade because more people wanted to see it, there would be, the change was presented to us by the committee. There was no votes taken. The committee is basically the group that's managing the parade. Not the board doesn't get involved in the give and take. Corey?
I was going to say, we've made several changes over, what was that process? Because I don't think we've ever formally taken a
No, I don't think we
position.
voted. I think the committee came before us and said, this is the way
This
it's
is what's
going to be
happening.
this year. And people were happy and we let it go.
That's correct. When they extended the parade route down, beyond the Rotary and down Crowell Road, they came in and said, we're going to extend the route. This is what we think it's good idea, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe we ever took a vote.
Well, I'm going to
willing
proceed.
to vote.
I'm going to proceed on the basis that the select board makes the final call on this particular point. It's in the motion anyway that's proposed. That's my sense of it, whether we agree or not. Stuart, did you have anything else?
Yes. It was mentioned that the owner of the Red Nun, Mr. Giorgio, does he oppose this as a business owner? I'm just curious. Does he oppose this? I don't know.
Well,
I'm not sure he's even aware of it.
We haven't received any communication.
I did speak with him briefly. Last year, he did not open for breakfast. He just merely had people thereafter. I spoke with him about the traffic would still come by his business and be the same. He didn't show up here or have any further concerns to me when I spoke with him about it.
He didn't voice any objection.
Okay, and lastly, because I missed it, the parade route is proposed, and obviously instead of going down to the intersection at Crowell Road, it's going to go northbound on Old Harbor, and then this is the part I missed. I assume over Depot to Highland. Is that?
I think they said Barcliff.
Yes.
Yeah, the ending point would either be they can turn off on Barcliff and head towards the middle school. They can go straight and head out of town down Orleans Road and 28. Or they can take a right on Barcliff and head back to the fish pier to unload if that's where they started at.
But the parade, the advance of the parade ends at Barcliff Avenue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Any other comments? Brian, I'll let you speak a second time, but I'm not going to give you 3 minutes. You can have 1 minute.
For the record, Mike Giorgio is opposed to this, and the people that congregate at the Red Nun, the locals that go there, are opposed to this.
Okay. I just would note, we haven't received anything formal from him. Thank you. Back to the board. Does the board want to take a position on this? Do we have to decide tonight?
I don't think so. We can
What's
take
the,
your suggestions.
what's the sentiment of the board? I myself, I kind of share the ambivalence about it, but that's largely because I've seen, we're at the beginning of the parade, so my tendency, I live downtown, so I walk back home. It's my opportunity to watch the entire parade, actually, and there are big gaps as it comes across, makes that turn onto Crowell Road. and I understand the concerns you have, but it is a huge change, and as Shireen said, there are a huge bunch of people who are accustomed to watching the parade on that stretch between the Rotary and Core Road that are going to be displaced, not to mention all the people that have been increasing in numbers along Crowell Road, so they're going to have to move along. But I'll throw it open for...
Not to muddy the waters, I mean, you could look at this as a pilot
Yeah.
example. I mean,
Yes.
if it works and we're happy, and we need to tweak it again for the following year, we can do that. If we find that this was, holy smokes, this was not the right idea, there was some, things that we didn't see or didn't plan for, we can always readjust.
Okay.
And when Mr. Phillips had said that, none of the board had raised families here, I actually have, and my family has sat for 20 years at the Unitarian Church, so I will displace them for this parade, because I feel that that intersection, that safety, getting traffic out is gonna just benefit from this
Yeah.
change.
And I want to defend the committee. I can't even remember who else is on the committee, but, these are dedicated people that serve on the committee, and we have had, that committee is open to non-residents. We've had occasionally some non-residents. I don't know if there are any non-residents on there now, but these are people that they may not have, their families may not go back generations in Chatham, or they might, but they're dedicated public servants, and we appreciate their service. So what would the board like to do on this? Corey?
Well, this is extremely difficult, because we do recognize, I mean, Shireen hit the nail on the head. I mean, there's a lot of traditions in this town, and, certain families of, the old Eldridge and Lumpkin Insurance Company, you see the same faces there. The Ford dealership, you see the same faces there. And then we expanded the route down Crow Road. We saw new faces in different areas. So, it is going to displace those. There's, on the other hand, there's others, the Masonic Lodge said, they're excited to get this new opportunity. So we're going to, you could make an argument we're creating, new traditions for new families on the road. There's no right or wrong on this. I mean, I've been part of this conversation for quite some time. We're trying to set certain things aside and looking under logistics and safety and making a better parade because of the gaps that continue year after year, unfortunately. I mean, we walk the front of the parade, and then we walk back, and there's these huge gaps, and you can see people leaving. And I walked all the way back, at the end of the parade, and it's not just 1 year this has happened. This has happened year after year, and it's a problem. So if we need to fix it, changing the route is probably going to be the best method of fixing it. Is this the perfect solution? Who knows? We don't know. I think there's enough that I've been part of the conversation about that I'm willing to support this. A pilot, you want to call it a pilot, you can call it a pilot, I don't care. Bottom line is, we're going to have a lot of people in town this year. It's the 250th anniversary. So whatever the route it is, it's just going to be a lot of bodies. We have a lot of communications to put through. We got to figure out parking. And I think this does have a little better layout to help some of that crowd control and traffic patterns. So from that perspective, I think it's feasible to move forward with it. And I respect all the traditions that we are going to displace. It's not something I'm dismissing, but it is, these things do happen. And, again, over time, we get over them. I mean, I felt the burn for years, hey, we used to go down to the Veterans Field, and all the parade floats would be parked there. We'd walk around and hang out, and that would be the end of our afternoon. And those days disappeared, and, after a while, this thing does disappear. But, this is not an easy decision, especially for someone who's grown up here, and been to a fair amount of parades in my life. Change is not obviously welcome, but I think there's enough logistical issues that I think in today's society and with the crowds we have, it makes more sense. So,
Jeff, I think you had something?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Shireen.
I just have, I'm trying to visualize the Old Harbor scenario, because I'm looking at, or in my mind's eye, I'm looking at, like, past the Rotary, there's tons of commercial properties, parking lots, a lot of spillover, right? That goes all the way down. And even Kroll Road, the same thing. There's a lot of commercial properties where people can. I'm just wondering how residents on Old Harbor Road will react to the idea that, you know, of course, the sidewalk is the sidewalk, but the other side of the road there isn't, and it's just private property. How are, I mean, have we envisioned how private property owners are going to react to crowds on their front lawns? I mean, not everybody is the Nickerson family that has everybody sitting on their lawn.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
The only thing I could hope for is the cooperation that the private property owners have on Lower Main Street. And that have had cooperation for all these years. That's the best I think we can hope for.
A lot of those homes put their chairs out for their own selves earlier, or they put flags out, or they do something if they want to deter, and other properties welcome the people within the first 5 feet of their lawn and enjoy the day. But I usually find those homeowners put their own chairs out first.
Oh, I get that. And because it's been traditional, it seems to just be an organic event that happens. This is going to be new to property owners on Old Harbor Road, and that's where I'm thinking that, you know, I mean, do we know how that's going to play? Yeah, okay, all
I have
right.
a question for either the chief or Lieutenant Harris. So, on the next item we're going to talk about, which is parking on Main Street, you justify your recommendation in part for public safety purposes, because you've got cars parked there, and we're dealing in modern society with a lot of potential for bad people showing up. Is that a factor in this change either way?
Great question. Without making this meeting run any longer than we have to, the way the police department staffs the detail officers in a footprint as large as we currently have, we have officers that start early at one post, and as that parade passes, they have to find a way to get to a post that's further west, whether it's west to Kroll Road, north on Kroll Road, Stony Hill Road. If we collapse that footprint so we don't have any parade going west of the Rotary, the majority of my police officers and my detail officers who are already on a post at the eastern side of the town, they have to travel less or they can stay. So when you've heard me say, you know, well, there's gaps in the parade, why don't they just hire more police officers to fix the gaps? Or the kids run into the parade, why don't they just hire more police officers to keep the kids out? I'd love to. I'd love to have the parade route, you know, not elbow to elbow, but I just don't have that luxury because we compete with other events at the same date and same time. Quite frankly, the advantage, and this is one of the things that we talked about, is it's going to hopefully, we'll see, make it logistically easier for us to cover the same distance parade in a smaller footprint with, I don't want to say minimal staffing, but not having to have posts that are unfilled or unattended or filled with a civilian cert people. So I keep my fingers crossed that this same size length parade, same amount of float parade, maybe a change in spectator viewing location, the allowance for late arrivals and hopefully earlier departures, with the hope that we can cover this parade with the current staffing that we have and feel a little bit more comfortable doing it.
The fire chief is gone, I think. I would ask, is he still there? Justin, are you still there? I don't see him. I was wondering if there is any similar argument, pro or con, on the fire department side in terms of the movement of their vehicles. You know, we always seem to have some event.
Speaking for the chief, they pre-position their companies. I know one is stationed at the DPW, so the pretty much the fire station house, I don't want to say is empty, but you've got the Chatham fire units that are in the parade. They continue west and usually station at the police station at George Ryder at the end, or they circle back to the lighthouse and respond to any emergencies there. In my opinion, we've discussed it with the fire department, this should not change their safety plan, their safety footprint, their safety operations one bit.
Okay. All right. Well, I was, when Corey mentioned the 250th, you know, that might bring more people into town. That gives me some pause. I guess I'm somewhat, maybe what the chief just said kind of tips the argument in favor of approving this in my mind, but I'll entertain a motion if someone wants to offer one. Or
I move to approve, and just a comment, I am fairly ambivalent. I'm worried about the crowds changing. I think there's a bolus of folks from the Rotary on down. But I'm willing, I'm going to support the Independence Day Committee. I appreciate Brian's comments and also the comments from my select board compadres here about traditions. We've experimented before, if you will, made changes before, and it's been successful. Let's see how this turns out. So anyway, I'm willing to be in favor of it.
So you've offered a motion to approve it.
To approve, yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. I'll call the, no further discussion from the board. I'll call the roll on that particular motion. Ms. Davis?
I'm not willing to make a decision right now, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Mr. Dykens?
I said aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So it's 4-0-1. Okay. Your third and, this is the easy one, Chief?
This should be the easy one. Again, and this is the easy one, I think, because this one doesn't require select board approval. But in keeping with Ms. Davis' statement, family traditions. And I want the public to understand that I get it. I understand it. I've seen 32 4th of July parades. I know personally some of the people that this is going to affect. They've called me, they've emailed me, and expressed their displeasure about this. But I've got some notes, but again, I'm just gonna skim them because I think the recommendation speaks for itself. You know, we've had parade incidents, we've had vehicle ramming intrusions throughout the country. We've had 3 recently in the United States. And to say that nothing ever happens here, one of the most recent one was in Grand Blanc, Michigan, a small town of 7,500 people, not much larger than we are. Over the past several years, we've focused on a bunch of new safety precautions. There probably isn't an event now, maybe a road race or two, where we don't staff up an emergency operations center consisting of police, fire, emergency management, DPW if needed, town PIOs. We've introduced drone technology. We implemented large commercial vehicles to act as barriers for the first time last year, and as a matter of fact, that was met, from what I heard, with overwhelming support, and people said, geez, what took you so long to do that? Or it's too bad that this is the world we live in. We've increased the parking prohibitions in and around certain events. And one of the things that I just really think is important is over the past several years, we've shopped out our operational plan to other police departments that are pretty much our same size or a little bit larger, that have large parade events. And we try to look at each of these departments' best practices. And at the end of the day, when we focus all or most of our efforts to keep the parade route closed to everybody except parade participants, and then we allow a small group of vehicles to remain in and on the parade route, every other police department that reads that thinks that we're insane. And again, the most of that parade route is no parking, except that small group of, again, it's traditionally been families who sit in pickup trucks, and again, I get it. I hear where they're coming from, but I think there's some other vehicles that have evolved from that aren't those families anymore, and use that opportunity to use a different type of vehicle as a storage unit, or a view obstruction. And some of the risks, I'll just go over a couple of them. Again, these are vehicles parked on a closed parade route. These vehicles technically are allowed to be parked inside areas where we take robust measures to keep vehicles outside of the parade area. Once the parade passes these vehicles, there's no measure in place to prevent these vehicles from driving into the parade, which, if you've been at the end of the parade, is historically a pedestrian mall of people after the parade. These vehicles have no obstacle, or they have the ability to just drive into these people or into this crowd of people. Once this parade passes, there's no measure in place to prevent these vehicles from driving into the exiting crowd of spectators. And again, what's troubling to me is these vehicles sit sometimes, a day and a half in advance. They sit unchecked, they sit uninspected for long periods of time before the parade starts. It's not a topic I take lightly. You guys know me. I've been doing this for a while. I take the safety of everybody in this town very seriously, and I get it. I've reached out. I don't want to make this an arbitrary police decision. Why? Because I can. I've reached out for some support. The parade committee supports this. The Merchants Association supports this. And just like I came in front of you guys back in June, when I asked you support to close those beaches a little bit earlier, we could have done that, but it makes me feel better knowing that I have the board's support and the community support. And again, this is one of those ones where, according to the traffic laws, the police can prohibit parking. That's what I'm going to do this year, and I'd like to have your backing and support.
So your intention is to have parking prohibited on either side of the street all along the parade route? That's
July 4th, 2026 parade route will be a no parking tow zone, start to finish.
okay. And I would assume the fire department is going to be happy with that too, because they'll be able to pass their vehicles, emergency vehicles, as might be needed. Any questions or comments from the board? Shereen?
Chief, I respect you and I will support you.
Thank you. That means a lot, because I know we have some of the same friends that are going to be upset about this, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Corey?
You took the words out of my mouth. I have a lot of respect for the chief. It's a very difficult conversation. There's a lot of history, a lot of traditions out there, but you have my full support.
Thank you.
Ditto here. Man, this is the year to make the change, I guess. Here we go.
I'm going to echo what my colleagues said. I don't know if you want to hang around for public safety during the airport matter, Chief. Stuart Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I'm, frequently, I think that we overuse the arguments for safety and security in order to reach a particular goal. This is not one of them. The parking of vehicles on Main Street in today's day and age, all you have to do is turn on the television, is an inherently bad idea in a very, very challenging safety and security environment for the parade route. So I'm going to support the change.
Okay, so is there a motion, Mr. Dykens, you want to offer a motion to endorse the police chief's
Chairman, I move to
proposal?
support the recommendation to prohibit parking along the entire parade route for the 2026 Independence Day Parade.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment? We won't take a vote yet.
Well, Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. Well, I guess I know how you guys already feel about this, which is very disappointing. So I guess the stated examples, the thing in Orleans, that was some guy, he put a bunch of IEDs out there. And then the one that the chief brought up that was recently was a mass shooting and an arson at a church. So I guess my question is to the lieutenant or the chief is, if someone wants to attack the parade, what does having those cars on the road have anything to do with it? Because if someone wants to attack, they're gonna, use a backpack bomb or put a bomb in a chair or bring a gun in there. So I don't understand why, if someone's gonna attack the parade, that those cars being there has anything to do with it.
That's
Thank
just
you,
one-
Brian. I'm sorry, LT, I'll get this. I appreciate that, Brian. I think that you're right. I hope all those examples that you give do not happen. But I think the removal of any vehicles on the parade route is a step in the right direction of prevention.
Okay, so I mean, what exactly so you said it was, a bomb or people driving through and then people using it as a cooler was the main objections?
To answer your question, I've seen a lot of those traditional family pickup truck vehicles evolve into vehicles with just chairs and coolers, and it's usually a roadside storage area, and then the people come down the following morning and set their
I'm assuming adult beverages, right? Or is that?
That's prohibited.
That was, okay, I was getting there with that. All right, so are coolers banned in general down there?
Coolers are not banned. You could have water, soda, juice in the coolers, but open containers of alcohol, that's prohibited.
Okay, so the coolers and then the chairs are not banned down there. So the only thing that's really coming up is a little bit of an obstruction of a view with these vehicles, right? Because all the other things are not banned?
I disagree. I think it's a little bit more than that.
Okay, and I was going through the, vehicles are parked close parade route. I don't know why it's a big deal. Vehicles allowed parked inside the areas where deployed security. The measures prevent these vehicles from driving. Again, if someone's gonna make an attack, they're gonna make an attack. I don't think it,
Somebody, Brian, could get in one of those cars and just drive out while the parade's going on. Somebody could go in their car and drive into the parade while it's in progress, if they wanted to.
I agree.
But if you don't have the car there, they can't do that.
There's infinite, possibilities of, bad things that could happen.
So, there are.
Right? So, I mean, it's kind of like we're getting rid of a tradition over a bunch of superficial things. And then number 5, it says these vehicles sit unchecked and uninspected for a long period of time before the parade starts. But the first paragraph, it says, Chatham Police usually spend the early morning hours attempting to notify offending vehicles owners parked on the parade route. So, I mean, it says right here that you guys check out the cars.
What that means, Brian, is that we attempt to notify the vehicle owners that are not parked in the historically spaces that we have allowed in the past. We focus on all the other prohibited areas, correct?
Okay, but there's a police presence going through those cars, right? Or going downtown, checking things out?
Not usually on the vehicles that have been historically allowed to park there, no.
Okay, I mean, I did contact my friends that are here, that use that parade, Justin Cinto, his kid was sick, couldn't come in. I talked, some of the people I talked to, their kids have grown out of it, but there's other people that their kids are gonna be old enough to do this. And again, I just think,
Brian, 3 minutes, please, wrap it up.
sorry, Dean.
Wrap it up.
I just think this is just a shame. And then on the other one, I just think it's just disappointing that we would throw a guy like Mark Giorgio under the bus. And all the families that have done so much for this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, sir. Did you want to speak? Please identify yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, James Conway, Chatham High, class of '04. I had a whole big thing prepared to sort of, sway the emotions and, appeal to tradition. And there's a lot about child safety, but a lot of small children in the back of my pickup truck, and it kept them safe off the streets. And I understand now, I acknowledge the safety concerns. I think they are very valid. And it appears there's not a whole lot we can do at this point. So I just want to echo the chief's sentiments that it's too bad this is the world we live in. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion on the table.
Sorry, I just wanted to touch on one more
Yes,
thing the
Sarah.
chief missed on. A lot of people have come to him and come to us and the committee wanting the vehicles to be moved because of the obstruction. And I feel like you had said there's a lot of people that will be moving to the area. This is also giving them more area to be able to be seated. If you've all walked the route, you see how those vehicles, nobody behind them can see the parade. So this is also opening that up for them. So they've been supportive and reached out to the chief, supporting this ban of the parking.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Okay, I'll call the roll on Mr. Dyken's motion, seconded by Mr. Metters. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeBoer, and thank you,
Thank you all for your
Chief. Thank you,
consideration.
Lieutenant.
Thank you. Have a good night.
The next item on the agenda is the FY 2027 budget review. This is the first department that we're looking at. 2026 Annual Town Meeting Articles Review and Vote. For the Department of Natural Resources, the FY 2027 Operating and Capital Budget Review. And then we'll have three separate articles for consideration for town meeting. Capital Article Review and Vote on dredging, Capital Bond Project Article Review and Vote on the bulkhead replacement at Barn Hill Landing, Capital Bond Project Article Review and Vote for the bulkhead and ramp replacement at Riders Cove. So we have our Finance Director, Carrie Mazzaro, and the Director of Natural Resources, Greg Berman, for a presentation. Carrie, you going
Thank you, Mr.
first?
Chair. Yep. So tonight, like the chair said, we'll be going over the FY 2027 proposed budget for natural resources, which is presented at $2.5 million, an increase of 4.92% or $117,724 over the current fiscal year budget. The Natural Resources Department is comprised of 5 divisions and 3 committees that have a budget line: Health and Natural Resources, Conservation, Harbor Master, Coastal Resources, Shellfish, South Coast Harbor Plan Committee, Shellfish Advisory Committee, and Waterways Advisory Committee, and Pleasant Bay Management Assessment. The Health Division budget for 2027 is presented at $652,000. The Conservation Division is presented at $441,000. The Pleasant Bay Management Assessment includes a budget of $69,000. The Harbor Master Division is presented at $923,000. The Coastal Resources Division is presented at $157,000. The Shellfish Division for FY '27 is presented at $265,000. And the three committees, South Coast Harbor Plan Committee, Shellfish Advisory Committee, and Waterways Advisory Committee, are all level funded with a budget of $1,000 for FY 2027. There are several capital requests that are between $10,000 and $250,000. The requests are $50,000 for stormwater management, $10,000 for conservation lands management, navigation aids for $20,000, Mitchell River Bridge maintenance for $45,000, and a request for $50,000 for the rehab of the Harbor Master office at Bay. This is actually contingent on the vote for the CPC because this was submitted to the Community Preservation Committee, and they vote on February 2nd. There is $50,000 for Jackknife Beach improvements, $10,000 for Town Landing infrastructure improvements, and $60,000 for household hazardous waste collections. And of course, the 3 different separate potential warrant articles for 2027, like Dean had mentioned, $400,000 for dredging, which is an annual article at town meeting. And then there is $2 million for bulkhead replacement at Barn Hill Landing. This would be a debt authorization and a ballot question, as well as $3.5 million for a bulkhead and ramp replacement at Riders Cove. This is also a debt authorization and ballot question. Both of those do require a 2/3 vote at town meeting. And I am accompanied by Greg Berman, our Natural Resources Director, to go over a presentation with you. And I'll pass it over to him.
Okay, thank you, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you, Carrie. So my intention is just to briefly go through and cover the differences between last year and this year. We'll get into operating, into capital, and then the warrant articles at the end. So as Carrie mentioned, our ask in fiscal year '27 is just over 2.5, which is an increase of just under 5%, natural resources being about 3% of the overall town budget. Most of that increase is staffing costs, mostly contractual wage and step increases for our 16 full-time and part-time intermittent stipend and seasonal employees. If you're looking at the difference, some of these, like the negatives, our previous coastal resource director was a much higher step than our current employee. That's why we actually went down in that case. Harbor Master, we did increase some hours for assistant wharfingers due to increased traffic at the fish pier, which we have documentation for and is listed in ClearGov if you look in the specific note section in there. Shellfish went up slightly due to seasonal increases. Coastal Resources did it well, but it's kind of overshadowed by the negative. And then for expenses, the things versus the people. In Coastal Resources, we went up slightly. Most of that is continuing education. Catherine Ricks is a professional engineer. We'd like to keep her that way. Conservation, we'd like the increase for shark bleed kits, which were not previously included for North Beach. Harbor Master is very little difference, but that's mostly because we're reallocating certain funds. We're reducing the trap dock and moving that over into fish pier for maintenance, just due to previous year's expenditures. For health, we have a slight increase in professional services for a well replacement, and then Shellfish actually had a reduction due to fuel expenditures over the past couple of years. For the departmental but non-division budgets, as Carrie mentioned, there's no change in any of the committee support at 1,000 and a slight increase to the Pleasant Bay Management, which is part of the four-town agreement. So we have the opportunity to go into the digital budget book. Before I do that, I'll just kind of go into the capital requests, and then if you like, we can deep dive in any specific thing in the digital budget book if you like. So the Jackknife Beach improvements, this is to implement some of the items in the master plan, also which can be used for a match for a grant that we plan to apply for in this current CZM round for the implementation of the living shoreline at Jackknife. Town landing infrastructure and conservation land maintenance, these are kind of standing items that happen every year. Happy to get into what those are used for. Town landing infrastructure improvements, those are for the things that don't rise to the level of needing a WOOF withdrawal or a separate article. Mitchell River Bridge maintenance, again, that's an annual request meant to keep a relatively large capital kitty, if you will, in case something big breaks, because it doesn't happen often, but that bridge is very expensive to maintain and bring people into repair. Navigation aids is another standing request at 20,000. Something new this year is the exterior rehab of the Harbor Master office at Old Mill Boatyard. We did put in an additional request at CPC to supplement this. The idea is to get a designer on board to kind of bring back the way it should look, working with the Historical Commission. And at the same time, this first step is to go through the stairs and decking. And then for the second ask, which would go to CPC next year, would be the full exterior refit. So we were coming forward with stairs and decking anyway. We want to do it the right way to make it match any kind of historical design that we can incorporate into the structure. Stormwater is another annual ask. Something new you may not have seen in capital before is household hazardous waste collections. Many years ago, that was really in the operating budget, And then last year and a little bit of the year before, it was supported by ARPA funds that came through Barnstable County. Those have dried up, so we're putting it at a capital request that, hopefully won't see as many overruns. And we can, this is one where we don't know how much it's going to cost until after the hazardous waste collection, so there's a lot of uncertainty. It has gone up significantly over the years through the Barnstable County contract, but it's certainly better than having those chemicals in our environment and in our water supply.
Jeff?
Greg, I just go down the list a little bit. I thought we had them, I could be wrong, but I thought we had some kind of a grant for Jackknife Beach improvements. Did we not have
We
some
do.
monies?
We do. We have, I believe, one or even two CPC articles for Jackknife, but in order to meet the match requirements and some of the, those are a little bit older CPC requests, and expenses have gone up over time.
So this is to do to fund our piece of the match, if you will, or to get, even apply for grant funds? We have to have these set aside? Or?
It's much better to have them in hand.
Yeah, okay.
You can say that you're planning to apply for them, but if we can say that we have them, so much the better. And, showing that it has been brought forth at an upcoming town meeting, usually, grant funding agencies are receptive to that.
Stormwater management, anything there with respect to the dike or the gate there at all? Or, I don't mean to get us astray here, but where are we with that? And what would we use these funds for, the stormwater management funds?
Sure. So stormwater management, a lot of that actually goes to the Mutt-Mitt program to keep dog waste out of the stormwater.
Gotcha.
Other portions are to bring us up to compliance with our MS4 program, and that has not been insignificant the last couple of years. We're kind of getting back on track now, but it's a substantial amount of work, documenting outfalls, potential sources of pollution that could get into the stormwater surface water systems. But you were talking about the tide gate over at Morris Island.
Yeah.
So that was previously funded in, I'm trying to remember, I think it was a couple of fiscal years. It was 25,000 one fiscal year and then another 100,000. We were using the 25 to try to get MVP grant for the full amount.
Yep.
We did not get it, so we came back last year to get the full amount. We have a contract in place with Sustainable Coastal Solutions. First step was having a structural engineer go out and make sure that the culvert itself wasn't going to fall apart in the next year or two. They've given us 3 to 5 years before we need to do some kind of substantial repair to it. So during this time, we're having Sustainable look at all the things we were going to do in that grant, which was, should it be a culvert? Should it be a bridge? Should it be a tide gate? Should it be, what size should it be? Yeah. Is it something that, Harbor Master is going to go out during certain events? And if so, what are the triggers for actually putting those gates down? Should it be blocking water before the tide comes in? There's a lot of things that we're looking at with it, and then trying to incorporate that into really the Morris Island road stretch right there that's fairly low-lying to see if there's any improvements we can do without making things worse for adjacent private properties.
Sorry, I got a couple follow-ups. Anything on the Herring Run over in Stillwater on Riders Cove? Any culverts planned there, or any?
Yep, certainly planned. So that's one of the, 6 projects that are partially funded by the NRCS program, working with the Cape Cod Conservation District. So that one is, I'm trying to think, this one has a contract with PAR that is looking at a redesign of that. It has gone slower than we wanted to. Initial costs came in significantly higher than we thought we would when we went through the RFP. That said, the partners within the project, specifically Division of Marine Fisheries, started taking on some of the work themselves. They actually wrote the fish passage report in order to reduce the cost. So I think we're getting back within the budget that NRCS was going to cover. But yes, we're still at the design permit phase, which is unfortunate. But we are going quickly because there is some funds that are going to expire. So construction, we have a stop time for that we're very much aware of.
And I apologize in advance, but do we spend the $45,000 in the maintenance of the bridge every single year? Or are we building up a kitty when it really, really breaks?
The second, yeah.
Okay,
So
all right.
it's not that much spent every year. It's just one of these years, it could potentially be hundreds of thousands. So that's what we're kind of building against.
Thank you, Greg.
Shereen?
Thanks, Dean. Greg, on the town landing infrastructure improvements, that's a annual 10,000 ask, is that?
Correct.
And so that's where you go out and you look to see that, I mean, the question was asked, we looked at, why wasn't this inspected on the Barn Hill project? But you are out there looking at needs and assessing. Just give me a scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's not going to replace a bulkhead, but what it can do is, one of the examples, I think I blanked on the name of one of the landings, but a landing over at Goose Pond.
Goose Pond Landing.
Yep. So we observed surface runoff in that area. So we worked with DPW. They provided the labor and equipment, and we provided the construction materials through the town landing infrastructure program. And we were able to put in a few trench drains. That's not the only place we've done that in town with surface water. It's a way to try to break up that water before it comes down and gets over the edge, which can scour the coastal bank and bring, nutrients into areas, especially, not Goose Pond, but some of the other ones that have shellfish in the area to try to reduce that.
Thanks.
Sure.
Okay. Did you want to go
And
next
so-
into the, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So at this point, I could kind of deep dive in the digital budget book, or I could move on to kind of a large water infrastructure projects and 3 articles, if you like.
Before you get into the articles, I don't know if the board wants to go into the digital budget book. I just had a couple of questions regarding the memo, but what would you like to do next? What do you want to go into the articles?
I think the articles are VIP.
Yeah, I mean, this first part of it is informational to us. We're not taking any votes on your operating or capital budgets tonight. The only votes would be on the articles. In the cover memo, it's from Jill and Carrie, but I think probably it's better addressed to you. The Health Division budget, it says there is an increase for professional consulting expenses for a well replacement. What well is that?
So this is actually a groundwater sampling well. It's not to, bring water to the public.
Okay.
It's purely for testing, not even for PFAS, but for a variety of
Okay.
potential environmental concerns.
The Pleasant Bay Management Assessment, I assume that is set by the steering committee, or whatever it's called, of Pleasant Bay, of which we're a part of. What is the basis, and is there a formula they use to assess to the 4 towns?
There's actually a contract that gets put in place with the coordinator, and that has built-in escalation over the term of that contract.
Okay. And the last question I had on the herring ward, and there is a stipend, I would imagine that's rather small, but do you know what it is offhand? Or Carrie, do you know what it is?
It's either 1,000 or
That's all?
1,500. I think we raised it to 1,500 last year.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's all I had. Why don't we proceed to unless there's any public comment on the operating or capital budgets, we'll go to the articles that you have proposed. There are 3.
Sure. Okay, so it's actually my intention to have DNR staff bring all 5 of these kind of major waterfront infrastructure projects onto the town webpage as separate projects. Right now, we have our 90 bridge, but the rest will be coming well before town meeting. And we're going to have timelines, budget, funding sources, all those sorts of things on there, kind of in the same vein as 90 bridge. So these are really the 5 big ones coming up. And in this slide, you may not be able to read everything. I'll try to cover some of it. On the left-hand side of this slide is where money comes from, where our primary funding sources are. Over on the right side are some of the outside funding sources that we've been able to identify and bring to the town to defray those costs. So that first bullet over on the left, where it says Annual Town Meeting, Article 21, 2017, we often call that the waterfront bond or the original waterfront bond. Right now, there's about 2.2 million left in there. That's not yet accounting for the contract with ACK for the walkway that I brought forward, I think just earlier this month. Then the special town meeting Article 1 in 2024, that was the 4 million article specifically for 90 Bridge. That 2017 article was for a variety of projects, including all 5 of the ones below. Then we have a waterways user fee revolving fund. Right now, there's about 1.4 million left in that fund. And I do want to just say how useful this fund has been over time. Specifically, for 3 of these projects, the Little Mill Pond Pier, Riders Cove, and Barn Hill, we've used this to instigate these projects instead of having to wait for town meeting, that we could do design and permitting and then bring, decent estimates to annual town meeting for these overall larger projects. And then, the highlighted number, over $4.5 million in funding sources brought almost entirely for 90 Bridge, but there was some for Little Mill Pond Pier 2. Your town staff will be looking for similar funding sources for these other projects once we wrap up 90 Bridge. Speaking of 90 Bridge, this is kind of the same format I've presented over the last couple of years. Not to get too far into the numbers right now, but I did want to mention, in last year's numbers, we're about $2 million less than we thought it was going to cost as far as town funds. A slight reduction in overall cost, but the share coming from town has gone down, mostly due to the grants that the town has received in the last couple of years. And just a quick update on 90 Bridge progress. The bulkhead's been installed. The piers are under construction. The pilings are in place. And if you look over on the left side, that concrete sill where that crane is located, that's actually where the boathouse is going to rest. We're finishing up the decking, and then the boathouse has gone through the canal, which I'm sure everyone in town knows by now. It's in New Bedford getting its final prep, and will be coming back to Chatham hopefully late February, potentially early March, depending on weather, and we can get started on the last phase of the project. Little Mill Pond.
Yes.
Can I just, for a second, I just want to, it's kind of off topic, but it is about 90 Bridge. I got a phone call from the chair of the Shellfish Advisory Committee who thinks that we should do a welcoming celebration when 90 Bridge, when the building comes through Stage Harbor. And I think we should plan for that.
Okay, good idea. Thank you, Shereen.
No, certainly, we'll get in touch with Shauna for our communications and plan. We've had some initial conversations about that, but nothing's been formalized yet. But we are getting closer. It's catching up to us. And, 90 Bridge isn't one of the 3 articles, but I did want to bring up the overall major waterfront projects at the same time as these articles, just letting people know, that money is being spent on some of these other things and where it's coming from. Little Mill Pond Pier, this is one that in last annual town meeting, $500,000 was approved through the Community Preservation Act funds. So I don't think anyone really questions the need that this pier is too low. And the pilings themselves have seen significant deterioration. So this is what we're doing right now is the design and permit phase. Several design options have been brought to the water-related committees. And so we're doing some final tweaking on the final design, going through permitting. We're actually going to raise a portion of the asphalt parking area because we can't just raise the pier. We need to raise the way to get to the pier. We have been able to identify some funding, again, from NRCS, incorporating that into a stormwater project to defray the cost of that, increase in resilience for sea level rise, kind of a win-win where we're doing stormwater and sea level rise resilience at the same time, mostly funded for by NRCS, which is even better. The Fish Pier Walkway, which is what I brought before this select board fairly recently. This is intended to be sourced from the 2017, the original waterfront bond, and ACK has been awarded the contract. I think it's this Friday we're having the kickoff meeting, and, we want to get moving on this quickly. Hopefully, middle of April, definitely by the middle of May, it should be finished in order to make sure that it's not going to impact operations at the fish pier. So our last two, Barn Hill, this is one that has seen significant deterioration. Some of it has to do with the type of metal that was used many years ago, but all of these projects were listed in 2017, right? So, I mean, for 10 years, the town has been intending to do these projects. Other things may have risen to the surface kind of ahead of the line. And in fact, Barn Hill, we had intended to bring that to a town meeting after we came for riders, but the assessment we did by GEI kind of rose it, jumped it ahead of the line, if you will. So we really need to get this addressed. This is one that another great thing about the Wolf is that kind of not immediate but very rapid source of money that we're able to identify funds to do that temporary repair. So for a while, we had to close that entire red area of the wharf. Since we did the repair, we were able to open up an area so at least one truck at a time can do offloading and loading in that area. Right now, we have it listed as a $2 million project. We're still working with the engineer to get the exact number, making sure we have enough contingency. I'm still a little worried that 20% may not be enough contingency because we've seen projects go fairly high. So we may be tweaking that number a little higher just to make sure that we don't have to come back to town meeting and delay the project further and not have the bulkhead feasible. So I'm happy to kind of finish off with riders. We could stop at this one if you like.
Well, the question's about Barn Hill.
Yeah.
So you're going to be asking tonight for a vote to place the article and recommend the article on the warrant. As you're also looking for a ballot question vote tonight as well?
Yes, if the board's comfortable with that.
Okay, so I'll open it for comment, and we did have a question during the public comment period, public announcement period relative to how we got here, so if you want to address that too. Jeff?
Just a couple questions. Thank you, Dean. The type of metal that we did use, when did, how long ago did we put that bulkhead in? And I know it's steel, but it was a bad steels or better steel than that steel, and let's make sure we don't make the same mistake again, number one. Number two, this is going to sound stupid, but are there any other types of materials we could use other than steel? Because steel and salt water don't mix.
Yeah, absolutely. So these are going to have to be ballpark numbers, going from memory now. I believe some of the bulkhead was replaced in the 80s. That steel was not as high a quality. I can't tell you the exact type it was. But, honestly, the original steel is degraded also, so it's all kind of falling apart at the same time. We probably wouldn't have been able to extend the life of one spot versus another. And we have been replacing most of these bulkheads and installing new bulkheads with FRP, so that plastic style reinforced. And if you look at 90 Bridge, that's an FRP material, so that doesn't degrade the way metal does.
Is that what you're going to be proposing for this?
Very likely, yes. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we didn't wind up with FRP, and we're looking at that at Little Mill Pond Pier as well.
So is it safe to say, I want the voters to know, that this is a big item, this is a critical item in my mind, and you guys have raised it up to be the number one priority around, along the waterfront, and I would agree. But, so that particular structure has been in place, we think, for 45 or 50 years, since the 80s?
I may have to defer.
I think we want to know, because it's not as though, that's a long time for steel to sit in salt water, I'll tell you right now. Plus we have tides are higher. I can tell you right now, tides are higher at Riders Cove. It overflows that cap lock all the time, not all the time, but in a high course tide, there's salt water in the parking lot there, and that entire structure is underwater. So anyway, any other material we would use, I would love to hear about it, and I think we ought to invest in it. I guess those are my comments, but this is a huge priority for the town, huge priority.
Yeah, I totally hear you and agree. We are looking at FRP. In addition to that, with any of our waterfront infrastructure projects, we look to resilience. So adapting to sea level rise, we want to make sure that we're not just looking for current, we're looking for the future. And, we can't go too high at once, but we want to make sure whatever we do is adaptable, that we can increment higher as time passes.
Corey, and then Stuart.
Thank you. So Greg, just want to make sure we're putting the right picture out there, because some of these projects we've had on our radar for years. This is not like last year, like, oh, this really is bad. Like, we've been intending to do these projects, and unfortunately, certain things kind of jump the line, and, grant opportunities come up, and whatever happens, that kind of shuffle that around. But we've had full intention of doing this. When was the last assessment on our projects to make sure things are still in the right queue, or if there's anything that needs to be more prioritized? When was that last done?
So that is looked at by the Waterways Advisory Committee on a fairly regular basis. Our Coastal Resilience Director brings all the projects to them on a monthly basis and, goes through town staff's idea of what should be first, listens to what they have to say about what their thoughts of priority are. And, some of this, like the assessment at Barn Hill, that was fairly clear and unanimous, if you will, that it jumped the line of several of the others. There's some other projects that certain members of committees want on the list ahead of others, and it doesn't rise to the level of the entire committee thinking that at the time. So we are hearing a lot of this is trying to get through this, if you will, backlog. I mean, even in 2017, I think it was called a backlog of these projects. And, we have a fairly rapid, aggressive timeline to get through them now. But, once we get through these, we'll be able to get on a more regular maintenance schedule instead of having so many projects at once.
Okay. And also, too, I think it's important to recognize that, these projects are not inexpensive. There's a high dollar price item. But we have been extremely fortunate with grants. Yep. Extremely fortunate. Yep. Seaport economic grants, I've lost count of, over the years. We have been very lucky and very fortunate to get the funding we've received. So, and I would assume we would continue to put ourselves out there to gain those opportunities, so.
Absolutely. We've expressed our gratitude to all those granting agencies.
Agreed.
It sounds like the assessment process is continuous. It's a continuous assessment process. Jason Holmes, our harbor master, you wanted to say something, and then I'm going to turn to Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to try to help clear up some of the questions that was brought up on this project, but speak to the general overall town landings in general. Some changes over the past year and a half that's gone to try to prevent things like this from happening is that Catherine Ricks has developed, as Greg alluded to, basically a spreadsheet that outlines all the town landings and all the projects and their statuses. The three of us sat down probably 6 months ago and went through and listed every single town landing project and where we're at with this. Every meeting between the Working Waterfront Advisory Committee and the Waterways Advisory Committee, that is updated and brought to them for their input and for their awareness as well. And I think as a result, that's helping us as a department overall plan for these things a little bit ahead of time. With Barn Hill in particular, that bulkhead to the south, from my memory, was not coated whenever it was put in. That was put in at a different time frame, and so it deteriorated quicker than the front-facing bulkhead, which was older. Coincidentally, they both have deteriorated basically at the same rate. So whenever we got the results back from GEI, obviously it looks bad. Didn't know the extent until we got that back. And as soon as we did get those results back, that's what jumped that priority. So as Greg alluded to, these have been on the books since 2017, just in different priority orders. And as soon as we got that, that's what predicated that jump in status. So I appreciate the work that Greg and Catherine's done. I think they've done a lot to help kind of get these in a concise and transparent format for the public to be able to look at and to see what is next on the town's agenda as far as improving our waterway access.
Thank you, Jason. Stuart, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Dean. Just to get back to, I think, Jeff's question about the age, though the Barn Hill, Riders Cove, Little Mill Pond were all done in the 81, 82, and 83, so they're old, through the CFIP grant program in conjunction with the state. So You know, 45 years for a relatively, you know, unprotected during installation to negate electrolysis is actually pretty good amount of years. I think we got our money's worth. And yes, you know, these priorities as to which project goes first, second, and third, you know, frequently change on the conditions that are assessed at the time or the other priorities. So I'm glad we're going to be addressing these two very needed projects. I would caution, I heard earlier that you were considering the Little Mill Pond Pier. Obviously, it is old and timber, and my recollection is it's you know, it's pretty well deteriorated. It's in a fairly stable environment. But you talked about raising. Did I hear you talk about raising the pier?
Yeah, I don't have the plans in front of me right now, and they haven't been fully designed, but there would be a slight increase. We're not talking 5 feet, we're probably talking 1 to 2 feet.
So, you know, I can recall some pitched arguments and battles over raising and or not raising some of these structures that we've replaced over the past 8 or 10 years. And one thing to keep in mind, I think is very important, is, you know, every inch you raise these structures is another inch or 6 inches or whatever that fishermen and people who work around the waterfront have to throw their gear up out of their boats. Sometimes there's, you know, we have davits and we have shelves that we can use to help mitigate that. But raising working, we'll call it working waterfront piers and structures and bulkheads is not always the best practice, because it just makes these structures more difficult to work out of. So, you know, when we were replacing the bulkhead at the South Jog at the Fish Pier, that was a long, tenuous back and forth amongst staff. I was advocating not raising it to the level that some were proposing, and we kind of compromised on something in between, because it just made it far more difficult for fishermen to work out of the structure. So when we look at sea level rise, obviously a real thing, we often, and I know you do, Jason and Greg, look at that these structures may have to be able to go underwater, and that's just a part of the price of doing business on the water. And so something to think about. I wanted to get back, because I kind of missed my opportunity earlier, but the bridge maintenance for $45,000. And yes, I think you're still continuing with this, that we kind of put money into this bridge account in order to address any major failures down the road. Now, the bridge isn't that old, so hopefully we don't have that. But when there is a failure, it tends to be extremely expensive with this new bridge. And I'm talking about the hydraulics and the electric motors primarily. So do you know, or what kind of maintenance is planned for the 45,000? And I noticed the original ask was maybe 75, and it was reduced to 45. What aren't we doing now that we should be doing with that reduction?
Thanks, Stuart. This is Jason. So part of that was that we have the marine mechanic hired on staff now that can handle some of the maintenance that was farmed out before. We recently had a bridge inspection to where Jackson was able to accompany the inspecting company and go through which components needed routine maintenance, which ones needed annual, quarterly, et cetera. And we're currently putting together a plan for this coming year as far as what items are in need of of maintenance and which ones that we need to start planning for the future. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Is actually fortunate timing to be able to have them accompanying those, because as you know, there's not an off-the-shelf expert that you can just call that specializes in that particular bridge. It just kind of takes some experience in farming out individual competencies there, so.
Yeah, great. No, thank you. And that's, and we're still building up that account in case there's some catastrophic failure. Is that the theory?
Correct. We have reduced it from the higher amount, but, there's still more going in than going out by far.
Yeah. Okay, great. No, that's good news. And tell Jackson good luck with the 6 volumes and 2 totefuls of manuals that go with that bridge. The town landing monies, I know what that is. That's $10,000. Now that's that's been recurring for well over a decade, and I wholeheartedly support it. But I question, is there any thought about melding that into the operating budget, or is this just going to keep reoccurring in the capital because we don't put it in the operating?
So that's another one, kind of a little bit similar to the bridge, where there may not be a lot of damage to landings in a given year, but when a storm hits, it's nice to have a little bit of a buildup. So the 10K a year, I think this year we spent maybe 4,000 to 6,000 out of that account. I don't think as much has been spent in some previous years, but there is still a lot of improvements that can be done at the town landings, and that's what we're looking for. Our harbor master, coastal resilience director, and myself have really taken an eye to the landings and see what we can beef up.
Yeah, and I just to be clear, I don't question the amount, the $10,000 need. I frankly think it's probably not enough, but I'm just wondering, is it more appropriate to put those reoccurring costs in the operating budget, or is there some other theory?
So Stuart, this is Carrie.
Okay.
Putting it into the operating budget, if it's unspent, it would just close out at the end of the year. And putting it into the capital, we can roll over the funds year after year. So if it's a $10,000 request and we use $6,000, then the $4,000 we can carry forward. If it was put into the operating budget, we can't carry over the additional $4,000. Does that make sense?
It does, and,
Okay.
and that's fine. I guess that's just where it'll live because of just what you said, and
Yeah, because
I know that sometimes, other agencies are uncomfortable with reoccurring costs that are not in the operating, but I get it.
I mean, if we didn't need more than, if we needed additional funds, so there's $10,000 each year put into a capital request. If we have 10,000 one year, 10,000 another, then we have 20,000. If we have something that comes forward that's, more money than we have it available. If we put it into the operating budget and we don't put $20,000 in there, we wouldn't have it available.
Right.
And sort of the rationale in my mind too is that storm damage is so intermittent that, one year you come out pretty clean, another year you're gonna have twice the damage. So having a bank like this is the theory.
Mm-hmm.
And the Waterways User Fund kind of serves the same purpose in that it's been a helpful fund.
Yes, that's correct.
That's good. I took a tremendous amount of grief over that, so I just wanted to make sure you liked it. And the $50,000 in storm water management, I heard some of what you were saying, but it was kind of broken up. Have you ever given that any thought as to whether that is a more appropriate activity and expense under DPW, or are you comfortable with it here? It seems like this in other communities doesn't exist in a natural resource or harbor master budget. It exists in a DPW type budget.
Yeah, some other communities do have DPW kind of leading their MS4, but DPW Director Rob Falley and myself have kind of divvied it up a bit, that he deals with the infrastructure and on the ground, and I deal with the environmental reporting aspect of it. So a big chunk of the MS4 is this analysis, reporting, and inspection work that, you know, it just considering the educational outreach, the reduction of dog waste and leaf litter into our water bodies. I think that's kind of where that fell into the natural resource wheelhouse. Other towns do put it in DPW, but it seems to be working pretty well for us.
The, given some of the bad news we're getting from the state on dredging funds being maybe not as readily available, if at all, is the $400,000 enough to address our dredging needs? I know you have funds in the existing in the dredging account, but is this going to be sufficient? I always get nervous that we're not we're going to be caught short and we're going to have boats aground all over the place.
So I'm happy to cover that now, but I don't know if you want to keep each article separate, but whatever.
Well,
It doesn't matter to me. It was brought up earlier in the conversation, so it doesn't matter.
Stuart, the dredging is one of the three articles, capital articles, so maybe we should complete, we can defer the votes until the end of the three presentations, but maybe we should complete the discussion of Barn Hill. If there's no more comment from the board.
Well, I'm not actually finished with, I didn't get an opportunity at the beginning of the presentation. He asked for questions. I had a couple.
You're talking about the operating budget, Stuart?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, proceed.
So one of the challenges, Greg, and I'm kind of preaching to a lot of people realize this, but the challenge is to seasonal employees is that we, at least in the natural resource arena, pay them woefully inadequate. I'd like to know whether this budget is going to begin to correct that problem.
So there has been an increase in some of our seasonal salaries. Probably the most glaring one was our town landing officer. It was very difficult to recruit and maintain new town landing officers, so that did increase. Some of our shellfish did increase, and there was kind of an across the board for our seasonals that came up. I'm trying to think if there's anything specific. I mean, we can, some of our other groups haven't had as hard a time recruiting. I mean, I think a lot of that has to do with the good reputation that, not to, but the harbor master has, you know, done pretty well with seasonals over the years and maintaining the ones they have. That's not saying that, you know, everybody isn't worth more than they're making, but it's got to be competitive with adjacent communities.
Hi, Stuart. It's Carrie again. So all of the seasonal salaries have been increased, and since I've been here, they all get an increase annually, and they get the same percentage as everybody else as a COLA. So this year it was 2%. And there were several other seasonal employees that were increased based on the information that we received last year. So like Greg said, the town landing officer was increased. There was a couple of shellfish divisions that were increased, but everybody was increased some were increased substantially to get the qualified help that we need and for people to apply for the positions. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think that, and I mentioned this in a conversation I had with Jill several months ago, that in kind of preliminary talks on the budget, that the seasonal wage scale for seasonal employees in general, but I'm more in tune with the natural resource end, are woefully inadequate. And 2% is simply, taking advantage of people who have worked for years in these positions. And I think we can do a lot better. It's a minuscule amount of money compared to a $60 million budget, but it's a huge benefit. We typically try to hire local citizens within these ranks, which I think helps with the public relation aspect of the job. And I can tell you that we are not comparable at all, like we weren't for Lighthouse Beach when we had that discussion earlier this year, this past summer, with communities, not that maybe neighbor our communities, but that are like communities in the environment that they're expected to work and operate in. And so while I recognize that they get an annual increase like everyone else, that isn't at all in the ballpark of what I am thinking. And I think we can do better. When we hired the community service officers, they immediately started at $5, $6 more an hour than people who had worked in the natural resource department for several decades. That doesn't send a very good message, and I think we can do better. So I'd appreciate if we could take a second look at that and look at other communities that maybe aren't right next door, but do a similar job, and that they're out there. They're just not in the immediate vicinity. Thank you.
Is that it, Stuart?
One last thing. I think you asked, Dean, the Pleasant Bay management line item is gone up. If I'm reading this wrong, you just let me know. Nearly 10%. Is that simply due to a contractual obligation in this increase each year?
Stuart, I may have to get back to you on that. I think that's more than just the contractor. I think that may have to do with the watershed permit for Pleasant Bay. I think they're doing some additional analysis, but I don't have that in front of me right now.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I would have sent you an email earlier, but I'm too far away. Regarding that contract for the Pleasant Bay Alliance, it seems as though we've had the same consultants for almost the entire longevity of this Pleasant Bay Alliance, and I'm wondering what the process is to solicit, competitive bids for that. Is that an RFP? I'm not even sure that the town of Chatham is responsible. We contribute financially, but I don't think we actually do that. I think it's some other, maybe it's the Pleasant Bay Alliance itself, but is it an RFP or I don't know what the process is.
It is an RFP, and it's run through the town of Chatham. So Natural Resource takes the lead on the procurement with input from the Pleasant Bay Steering Committee.
I got you. Okay. All right. Well, those are my questions at the moment for the operating. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. So why don't we complete the discussion, if there is any left, on the bulkhead replacement for Barn Hill Landing, and if there isn't any, we'll go on to, why don't you do the dredging article next, and then the Riders Cove?
Sure thing.
And then we'll take votes.
Next, coastal resource dredging. This is a $400,000 warrant article used through town levy. Over on the right-hand side, you can see the last dredging we did in town was over at Mill Creek. This was back in May of 2025. We were able to kind of pierce that lobe of sand, allowing additional flushing through there. The next projected dredging is planned for Analytia's Cove over on the left-hand side there. It's the mooring basin adjacent to Turn Island. Town staff has put a contract out, and I believe the contractor, RBO, has already removed 20 of those moorings that were going to be in the way of the dredging. We anticipate having our dredge permit hopefully by the end of this week or early next week, at which point Barnstable County is anticipated to come in February and start this dredging placement predominantly on Turn Island right over there. And, you know, if they have time or we have time of year restrictions that aren't affecting us, if they can hit a little bit more of Mill Creek on the way back, we wouldn't mind that either. So when we're talking about the overall funding, you know, right now, ballpark, I should have this as a number for you, but I think it's right around $1 million sitting in the capital account for dredging. You know, we haven't had that dredge permit. That's why it's been hard to spend the money. In addition to that, we have had good luck with the state dredge grants. With the one for Mill Creek, that was half of that funding paid for by the state, and we do still have half of the funding for Aunt Lydia's Cove paid for by the state. So as far as we know, those might be the last ones coming. So right now, we're still anticipating a $400K request. You know, if the state starts ramping up their dredge program, or if dredging needs increase, or if there's just so many uncertainties with that, not the least of which is the Barnstable County Dredge Program has kind of a sliding scale for increased rates over the next few years. So we need to incorporate that, especially if we're paying the full bill ourselves.
So this is the annual article that we've had for a number of years in this amount. Shereen.
Just as a note, and this is for the select board, is at the Mass Municipal Association, Lieutenant Governor was with the Select Board Association for a luncheon, and I did appeal to them about the dredging. We talked about our waterways, our infrastructure. She had said that, you know, in their bigger budget, they were looking to carve out some more infrastructure money. And I wanted to reiterate that, you know, we've had so many grants to build our waterfront infrastructure. And the fact that if we don't have dredging, you know, we've built something where people can't come to. So we just sort of honed it in a little as a group to just drive that point home. I don't know where it's going to go, but she's heard us, and our letters, you know, the state has received our letters, the letters from the county and whatnot. It's really an important program that cannot go away.
Thank you for that report. Any questions or comments on dredging? I thought I saw someone who wanted to speak. There he is. Brian.
Brian Phillips, 374 Orleans Road. I just had a question from the last time we were talking about dredging. What effects does dredging have on the local, you know, ecosystems, or, you know, shellfish, or, you know, critters, crabs, whatever, seaweed that's down there? Thanks.
Sure. So as part of our 10-year permit, which it's called that because it's supposed to last for 10 years, it's not supposed to take that long to get it, we do cover most, if not all, the potential ecological vulnerabilities of these species. So if it's near eelgrass, you can't do it. If it's near a piping plover during the wrong time of year, we call that a time of year restriction, or a toy. You know, we have a lot of restrictions on when those toys are. There's toys for horseshoe crabs, for plovers, there's a new one for red knots. So part of it is avoidance, is not doing the dredging at a time when that particular species is there. Same thing for winter flounder. We'll have exclusionary silt curtains to make sure that winter flounder aren't impacted by any in-water work. But that's part of the permitting process to make sure that all those are accounted for.
Stuart, you have your hand.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Dean. Greg, thank you for your presentation. I think it's really informative. The one thing I wanted to ask, and maybe you had touched on it, but the area permit, almost hate to ask, but the area permit for Chatham Harbor, running from, you know, the area of Minister's Point south towards Holloway Street. Do we have a status on that? Is that still being pursued?
You mean for the polygon of potential dredging?
Yeah, we have dredging, obviously, that you guys are working on now for Aunt Lydia's Cove and the entrance channel. But we also had a permitting initiative for out to the North Inlet in the eventuality that we had, that the pier became inaccessible. We would be able to do some dredging out in that area. I know that that effort had started, and I just didn't know where it ended up.
Yep, so that is part of this 10-year permit. We have zones of potential dredging, so they're fairly large polygons, really on either side of Turn Island and going all the way up to the North Cut. And it's not that, trying to convince the agencies that we're not planning to dredge that entire polygon at one time has been interesting, but we just need to dredge a channel going through. And I think we're finally there. We should be getting it within the next week or two. But that is the intention, to be able to allow, a zone of dredging instead of just in this one very narrow band.
Yeah, no, that's great news. I'm glad you pointed that out. And you're right. The toys or the time of year restrictions are going to be the death nail of our harbors if we can't get through some of the bureaucracy, because the permitting process has become right up there with ridiculous on trying to get these projects even started. Thank you.
Okay, why don't we proceed to the Writers Cove bulkhead and ramp replacement
Very good.
article?
So last slide, last article. Let me just try one thing real quick. There we go. So this is Riders Cove. This is one that's been on our radar for a long time, since 2017. It's been on my radar since I've been here. It's one that we've been very careful with the timing of, that we've been trying to integrate it to have it happen at the right time. This is one where we wouldn't have this and Barn Hill happen the same year at the same place. So over on the left is a conceptual design. It's been taken, I think it's been taken to at least the waterways, has been taken to the waterways committees for a preliminary. It's not finalized yet. We're still going through permitting. This is an area that, we do some preventative maintenance and repair. Like over there is a kind of ground down cement area with rebar that we fix on an annual basis. Over on the right, that's one of the portions of the bulkhead that got a hole. We saw a depression. This time we actually had DPW come out, excavate out, found the hole. We were able to plug it, fill it with gravel. So all these, we're not doing major and complete repairs, because we do anticipate doing a full replacement within the next couple of years. So this is one that, we've been talking about for a long time. It needs to move to the next step. It's not at the level of Barn Hill, but as you can see, it has, not just maintenance needs. These are going to be replacement, reconstruction needs. This is one where it's replacement of the bulkhead, realignment to floats, looking at the ramp access, potentially changing or adding a bathroom to the area, and some other site improvements. So, this is one where we still have more design work to do, but at least the rough estimate has been provided by an engineer. We just got that actually this afternoon. So this is a decent number to bring forward to town meeting.
Anything from the board?
Well, just a comment. I mean, it's desperately needed. I appreciate the fact that you guys have prioritized Barn Hill over, Riders, although Riders is an incredibly busy town landing. Does the bulkhead stop at the Riders Cove Boatyard as just our public area that we're going to rehab when we do the project? And then when do you anticipate doing the project? A year hence or 2 years hence?
So the property line is at that boatyard. I don't think town staff have had conversations, but I think the engineer has reached out to the adjacent property owner.
I think it's probably a good idea to touch base with Alan.
At the same
Yep.
time.
Yep.
This is one that even if we increase the height of the bulkhead, if they don't, we're not going to get that sea level protection and storm protection.
Correct.
Yes, there's the plans to have discussions with Alan at the adjoining property owner. Also, some of the conceptual design to this is that there is a design to where they can account for coastal resilience and raising it without doing it initially, having to do with how they do the cap log. So Stuart kind of alluded to earlier, some of the concerns of the waterfront users may be the height of getting it up. So there is an option that they've initially presented to us that would allow it to stay at a lower level with the option to add to the height as it goes along. So even if the neighbor didn't do it at that time, if he did do a bulkhead in the future, we could try to match those heights with a post-construction minor altercation that would be able to tie into both.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jason. I meant to bring that up for Little Mill Pond too, that we ensured with the engineer that anything we do for the pier system, we're not going as high as we can go right away. It would be something that could increment over time.
Are you guys talking about replacing floats, or are you doing anything with the ramp?
Yes. Yeah, so it's looking at potentially, replacing the floats, realignment, and then I believe there is at least a realignment of the ramp and looking at overall traffic flow to see if there's any improvements that can be made.
Thank you, Greg.
Stuart?
Yes, thank you, Dean. This is one of those projects that was deferred because of other project priorities. I'm curious if there's, I don't know how much changes there have been made, but the bulkhead is going to be of FRP material. There's not a lot of freeboard there, so you don't need the steel or timber. So that's an advantage. But the float and the riprap between or adjacent to the boat ramp, does that riprap in your design plans, does that stay or does that go and be replaced by this FRP material?
The rocks. There's rocks.
Do you know where he's talking about specifically, Jason?
We're taking the riprap out and
Yeah, I mean, in general, we're not going to use riprap unless we really have to for some reason, but. Oh, yeah. So that would be replaced by bulkhead material, Riprap has that.
Yeah,
angle
that's
and with
between.
low waves, yeah.
Yeah, good, because it really makes it kind of hazardous for people to try to get their boats on the trailers who are trying to, trying to navigate during higher tides. So getting rid of that riprap, I think, is really important. You talked about realigning the boat ramp. Does that include making the single vehicle parking spaces that are along the west side of the parking area up against the MCI property? Does that include making those deeper so we can make that flow better?
Actually, that aspect has already been permitted. So over by MCI, we are going to deepen, not all of them because it runs into the Conservancy District, but at least, I think about half, at least 5 of them are going to be made deeper as part of, not even as part of this project. That could be happening, I want to say, after the boats get removed from storage this spring.
Yeah, okay, great, that's good news. As you know, the people use, larger vehicles these days and they stick out into the parking lot and make the traffic flow there kind of challenging. So anything we can do to improve a hugely overcrowded area with a limited space would be helpful. The floats are there still floats planned along the western side of what will be the new boat ramp?
Yes.
And on the west side of those proposed floats, is there, the last plan that I recall, those floats went out and then there was a slight turn to the north, which would allow boat owners to use that inside the western or shoreline side of those floats for, accessing their boats.
Yeah, that is something that we've been talking about in design meetings. I think the one thing we're we're trying to encourage that use everywhere that has water at low tide. That's the only thing
Yeah.
that we're running up against.
Yeah, of course, and you're well aware, that beach area there is becoming, it's just fallen into the water and becoming a problem for people to put their dinghies up there. And so any places we can put or accommodate people's tenders to reach their boats is just hugely helpful and reduces the problems that we have on the shoreline. Thank you, Greg.
Sure thing.
Okay, any more questions from the board? I don't see any from the public. So let's take these articles that are being proposed to us for a vote to place them on the warrant for the annual town meeting in May and to recommend them. The first we'll take up is the dredging article in the amount of $400,000. This comes from tax levy that we will be using. So I guess I'll offer a motion to place that on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll on that. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dyken?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I'll offer a motion to recommend that to town meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dyken?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The next article is the bulkhead replacement at Barn Hill Landing. This is for $2 million. This would be a debt authorization. We'll take a separate vote on a ballot question if this passes. So I'll move to place this on the warrant for the annual town meeting in May.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dyken?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. I move to recommend to town meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dyken?
Aye.
Mr. Metters?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now, there's a ballot question. It requires a two-thirds vote at town meeting, and then because it's a borrowing, this would be ballot question number 2. What's ballot question number 1? That's the election?
That's the CFAL project.
The CFL project. So ballot question number 2, this would be the debt authorization that would require a simple majority vote at the town election. I move to place this question on the ballot.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dyken.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. The final article is the bulkhead and ramp replacement at Riders Cove. Similarly, this is a borrowing in the amount of $3.5 million. That would require a two-thirds vote at town meeting. I move to place this on the warrant.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dyken.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I move to recommend this to town meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dyken.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And this would be ballot question number 3 for the debt authorization. Again, this would require a simple majority vote at the town election. I move to place this question on the ballot.
Second.
And moved and seconded. I'll call the roll. Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Mr. Dyken.
Aye.
Mr. Metters.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That completes this agenda item. Thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Yeah, this is airport tree removal, clarification on specifics of the project, impact of the removal of trees, including methods, wildlife surveys, contractor monitoring, and mitigation plans. This is a citizen agenda item request by Ms. Dee Dee Holt that was made on December 2nd, 2025, also by Michael Thompson on the same date, and it was joined in as a select board agenda item request by our clerk, Stuart Smith, on the same date, and under our rules, an agenda item request made by a board member has to be placed unless there are mitigating circumstances. I want to just speak to how this is going to be handled. This is an agenda item request by 2 residents. It's been joined in by Board Member Smith. And as posted, it is limited to the subject of the tree removal project and safety issues that are associated therewith. All comments are to be focused on that subject. This is not an opportunity for a wide-ranging discussion of praise or criticism of the Airport Commission, or airport operations. The Airport Commission, and in my understanding, has identified this project as a safety measure, and it has been approved, according to my understanding and reading of the materials, with some conditions by the Chatham Conservation Commission, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Management, and the Cape Cod Commission, and recently the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Agency has declined to accept, it ruled against a challenge under the so-called fail-safe provisions of their rules. So it would appear that all requisite approvals are in place, but we will hear more about that, I guess. The protocol for tonight is I am first going to refer to Board Member Smith for any introductory comments, and then I will ask Ms. Holt to speak, and I think she's speaking on behalf of the Friends of Trees, and then Dr. Thompson. Then we'll have, is Terry Whalen on? Okay. Then we will turn to the Airport Commission, and I understand the Airport Commission's attorney and its consultants are here for response. And I don't know if the chair of the Finance Committee is on, but since the Finance Committee secured the funding for this, if he wishes to speak, he can as well. Then we will turn to the public for public comment. Under our rules, public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. And there may be comments at any time or questions at any time from members of the Select Board. I do want to acknowledge that board members have received multiple emails, mostly coming from pilots, as I read them, many of non-Chatham residents, in support of the project. This is not a public hearing, so I'm not going to read them, and nor will they be part of the record of this meeting. After public comment, we will come back to the Select Board for any consideration of action, if any, that the board might wish to take. So first I'm going to turn to Stuart Smith. Stuart, turn to you if you have any opening comments you'd like to make.
Yeah, thank you, Dean. Appreciate it. And, you know, I've been liaison now since I was elected in May, and this is one of those subjects that can be very, very difficult. As you know, I'm a supporter of the airport in its historic role. But I think that the neighbors have some legitimate concerns regarding the trees and other safety issues. So I'm going to wait until I hear from the proponents of this, and I may have some comments at the closure. I joined this citizen's request just to help move the process along, and I appreciate, Dean, you bringing it forward.
Thank you. Dee Dee, I'm going to call on you. I know you submitted a written statement. That will be part of the record as well.
Yeah, Dee Dee Holt, I'm speaking for Friends of Trees.
You might want to move the mic down a little bit. Thank you.
Better? I'll be brief. It's been a long evening already, but thank you for including this item on the agenda today. I want to express Friends of Trees' concerns regarding proposed cutting and pruning of trees in the woodlands around the airport. But let me be clear. Friends of Trees is solely interested in tree work and making such efforts to do the least damage and tree removal as possible, respect wildlife habitat, and comply with Chatham's tree protection bylaw adopted at annual town meeting in 2024. Separately, other members of the public seeking review of the Airport Commission's plans have concerns beyond the fate of the trees on the affected acreage. Regardless of the merits of such concerns, they are not the focus of Friends of Trees. We are a nonprofit, and we're committed to our mission to plant, care for, and advocate for trees. In addition, we attempt to educate the public of the value of trees. Whether the acreage is 6 or 60, Our same concerns apply. We posed several questions about the project during the previous Select Board meeting, and they are included in your packet. One important question: who will monitor the contractor to ensure no unintended removals and confirm that the contractor is aware of and abides by the tree protection bylaw? In addition, another question: if the Airport Commission does not intend to act on the plan to remove tree removal in the additional 60 acres, I've been told, why is it that it's stated in the vegetation plan? I'm just questioning, why is that so if there's no intent to execute that part of the plan? Also, I've tried to find a copy of the contract awarded to the contractor for the vegetation removal work. It should clearly define the scope of work and specifications as to all manner of the work: acreage, herbicides, pesticides, the count of the tree loss, monitoring, mitigation, and so on. A copy, it seems, should be available somewhere, but I was not able to find one. One more point about tree removal, although this is not a direct concern of Friends of Trees. As you know, trees remove impurities from stormwater as it percolates to the aquifer. Woodlands provide a very important service in that regard. I believe the airport to be, at least partially, in Zone 2 recharge area for the wells. I believe it's the Indian Hill Wells. Anyway, Friends of Trees concerned about the project would be the same whether it's on airport property or any other town-owned land. Tree protection bylaw applies to all town-owned trees, trees on our streets, in our parks, and woodlands. The tree warden has the authority to approve and monitor the work of any such project. The bylaw specifically addresses woodland trees. I've included in your packet the full bylaw, section 254. And for your convenience, I quoted those sections that apply specifically to woodland trees in the supplemental statement. The intent of this section is not to prohibit tree removal. Rather, it requires that the work in the woodland trees be done with utmost care, that the contractor makes every effort to preserve as many trees as possible, and uses best management practices, causes no permanent damage to the wooded area, and replaces what is lost. Basically, minimize and mitigate. I mentioned during a previous Select Board meeting, Chatham has already lost hundreds of acres of trees, of woodlands, due to housing, water treatment plants, pump stations, and so on, with more to come. Chatham should protect and preserve every acre of woodland it possibly can. So on behalf of Friends of Trees, I appreciate your willingness to address this matter directly and to seek answers to our questions and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee Dee. We will, after Dr. Thompson presents, we'll give the Airport Commission an opportunity to respond to your questions. I expect they had seen your written comments as well. And then if you have any back and forth, we can do that. Dr. Thompson, and we have a slide presentation that you have prepared.
Sorry, I like my own equipment. All right. My name is Mike Thompson, and as Stuart Smith said, this is a difficult topic. I'm not going to be too technical. We will have to be a little bit. Ms. Holt has told you all about trees, but now I want to tell you about what I believe is the disingenuous rationale for Chatham Airport Commission's nonsensical tree cutting plans and airport expansion. That is why they're cutting down the trees. Oops. Sorry, what's happened? Oh, here we go. Whoops, I'm sorry. Okay, so despite claims to the contrary, the planned tree removal is not primarily to maintain safe and efficient operations at the airport. The original visual approach surface shown on the 1958 map has been modified now by the FAA. This surface has been moved back 200 feet to start at the runway threshold, and this has the effect of raising it by 10 feet and reduces the need for tree pruning. So the airport has wanted to create brand new instrument approaches for several years. Recently, the airport plans to create brand new approach surfaces. Recently, the Airport Commission disingenuously claims to have the airport plans to create brand new approach surfaces, which the Airport Commission disingenuously claims to have existed since whenever. However, there's no physical evidence that such approach surfaces have ever existed. Markings on the runway show visual landings only. There is no record of it in either the airport layout plan or any prior FAA document. Planes making approaches with circling are required to land visually. That's maintained by the FAA. And there's nothing in FAA grant assurances or FAA advisories which says that these new approach surfaces must be provided. These new surfaces have bad safety consequences. They allow planes to fly straight in from 10 miles away without a control tower. The FAA states that this increases the risk of mid-air collision. They allow landings in poorer visibility, for example, less than 1 mile, but greater than 3/4 of a mile, which leads to much larger 49-acre RPZs, which would contain 70 homes in West Chatham. Also, these new surfaces could allow what are called LPV vertical guidance. This has been actively promoted and actually approval sought from the FAA by the Airport Commission. However, LPV typically has a runway length of at least 3,200 feet, not the 3,000 feet that's available at Chatham. It also allows visibility less than 3/4 of a mile, which leads to enormous 79-acre RPZs. It also requires 600 feet runway safety areas for all aircraft, which would literally require burying Ocean State job lot in 20 feet of sand. That gives you some idea of the requirements that the FAA imposes on LPV. So it is these proposed new approach surfaces that require extensive tree removal. The proposed brand new approach surface, it's called a Surface 4 now, require a cleared path that's 150 feet wider than the present visual approach surface. In addition, the new Surface 4 starts at ground level 200 feet away from the runway threshold. This lowers it 10 feet from the new visual approach surface, which necessitates a minimum of 2 acres of additional tree removal at each end of the runway to accommodate that extra 150 feet. It also requires removing all the trees around Ocean State job lot because of that lower approach surface. This is the map of trees at the airport provided by the airport like 2 years ago for the annual general meeting then. The purple line shows the airport boundary. The red rectangle shows the 500-foot wide complete tree clearance FAA standard for the new approach surface, and also for the greater than 500 jet operations that now occur each year. This leads to clear cutting. This also leads to clear cutting the whole vernal pool area. The vernal pool is up top left, marked on the picture there. And that whole area, and much of the discussion at Conscom was about the damage, the clear cutting that would occur in that area. It also requires expanding the airport onto neighboring property at the northern end to accommodate that tree cutting. So don't be fooled by claims of only 7 acres of tree removal, which I gather is what's being touted at the moment. That would only be a first installment with much more to follow. The runway safety areas are cleared areas at both ends of the runway in case aircraft undershoot or overshoot the runway. So these two pictures, the one on the left shows the retaining wall that was built in 2009 as required by the Cape Cod Commission for smaller planes, that is the traditional piston engine jet planes. But the jets now require a runway safety area that is 60 feet longer than this wall was built for. So you can see on the right-hand side in the picture there, this runway safety area now would have to extend over the wall. It's just impossible to create that. It was amazing that this was done in 2009. It's now totally impossible. So Chatham Airport is allowed to have up to 2,500 passengers a year as a member of the National Plan of Integrated Airport Systems. Both Chatham and Hyannis are NPIAS airports, although federal regulations show that NPIAS airports must be separated by at least 30 miles. Hyannis Airport is only 15 miles away with a control tower and 2 5,000-foot runways, is much safer for pilots and passengers, especially in poor visibility. So why spend millions of dollars on unrealistic, destructive plans at Chatham when most citizens consider Hyannis the logical destination for charter jets? And I'm only in this presentation, I'm really addressing the issue with plans for encouraging charter jets. I'm not castigating what we call the traditional airport. The Mass EPA has been reviewing the airport's plans, and it issued a decision 2 weeks ago. First of all, MEPA argues the proponents, i.e. the airport's actual intent, is to upgrade airport approaches from visual to non-precision, that is, instrument approaches, which is what I've been arguing too. However, they went on to say, however, in what I regard as a tactical move to avoid probable rejection of the airport's plans, the EPA carried on by saying the proponent, namely the airport, clarified in supplemental information that this is no longer proposed, as the airport now wishes to simply clear vegetation from its existing 1958 approaches to comply with FAA Part 77, which I said earlier has been raised 10 feet. Well, this could be great news for the trees and for us. But since the airport has not been honest up to this point, I must ask you, the Select Board, to make rulings which completely halt the plans now and in the future, albeit with review, by requiring a permanent halt to all proposed tree cutting and a permanent restriction on all proposals. Now, in conclusion, the FAA is very clear that the town as sponsor shall not give up its rights, powers, and authority to own and operate the airport and operate the airport for safe operations, and I emphasize safe operations. Hence, in order to safeguard the safety of its citizens, the town has the authority and the moral and legal responsibility to act to ensure safe operations and to respect the will of its citizens. This is allowed, and it's not optional. Since FAA safety standards cannot be met at Chatham Airport, and any waivers of them by the FAA, which have been requested by the Airport Commission, would only reduce safety, why does any of the proposed expensive and destructive tree removal make sense? The potential benefits, such as instrument landings, cannot be used for either recreational or charter jet flights because, for example, it would lead to over 100 families in enormous RPZs. Hence, for all the reasons stated, but despite the airport's possibly changed plans, you, the Select Board, should rule an immediate termination on all tree cutting at or around the airport, and on any move to implement expensive, destructive, nonsensical plans by what I believe is a rogue airport commission, and primarily for the benefit of jet aircraft, contrary to the safety and the will of the citizens as expressed now at 2 town meetings. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mike. And after the Airport Commission responds to yours and Dee Dee's comments, I'll give you, since you are both sponsors of this agenda item, an opportunity to engage in back and forth on that. So I'm going to now turn to the Airport Commission. I guess since Terry Whalen is not here, we'll call on Huntley Harrison, the chair of the Airport Commission. And I don't know, Huntley, do you want to respond directly yourself? Do you want, I know you had, have with you your legal counsel as well as your consultant or consultants, plural, on this matter. Try to address the questions
Thank you,
and
everyone.
concerns that have been raised.
I'll explain that in a minute. Let me get myself set. I thought I would start off and give the commission's point of view on this project. And then afterwards, I would like our consultants to address some of the things that were said by the previous 2 speakers, if that's okay.
Sure.
I think listening to the last speaker, I think the focus was lost on what this project is all about. This project is focused solely on clearing what is necessary to maintain the airport's existing visual approach and instrument approach procedures. There are 2 of them, a GPS approach and an NDB approach, which both require circling to land. And this is per the FAA and MassDOT. By maintaining the airport's existing approach surfaces, it will increase safety for pilots, passengers, and those on the ground. So let's talk about safety procedures. I'd like to just provide a couple of examples for context. Why do we dredge the harbor? Well, I think the first thing you might say is for safety and access. We keep it safe for boaters. We don't let it fill in until it is unusable. And we don't move the channel, or at least we try not to. Why does the town and MassDOT plow the roads? For safety and access. Why does Eversource trim trees? For safety, and so we all have access to electricity. Why does the town and MassDOT trim trees on the side of roads so that the breakdown lane is accessible and for safety. So it comes back to the airport. Why is the Airport Commission trim trees on and off the airport? Very simply, for safety and access. We keep it safe for pilots and their passengers and for people in the community. We do not displace the runway thresholds because it will make the airport less safe. It will shorten usable runway, and the FAA and MassDOT do not recommend it. The trees on and off the airport under the approach paths have grown over the past few years, and it is time to remove these obstructions so they are no longer a threat to public safety. I have a response to Dr. Thompson, but I think I'll let our consultants handle that when the time comes. Unfortunately, Dr. Thompson focused more on approaches that may not happen than on the trees in this particular project. As for Ms. Holt's questions, I have already answered them in the newspaper. However, please allow me to review. The area for selective removal of trees is 6.99 acres, not 60. I know she acknowledged that. She and I agreed for the 2023 town meeting that all work would be done during the winter months when the ground is hard, trees are dormant, and it will be least intrusive to animal habitat. Yes, there will be a number of trees removed within the jurisdictional areas, and they will be selectively removed. See the order of conditions on that. And also, the Airport Commission has said that there will be a donation of $70 per tree for each tree removed. And that will go into the tree fund. Measures will be taken to protect wildlife habitat. That's in the vegetation management plan. On-site monitoring of the work will take place. That was listed in the order of conditions. So why the tree removal? This was one of her questions. The airport is committed to maintaining safe and efficient aircraft operations now and into the future. The obstruction removal project is designed to ensure the continued safety of flight approaches, maximizing protection for pilots, passengers, and I'll repeat, the people in the surrounding community. The initiative aligns with the airport's responsibilities under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, and fulfills its contractual obligation under Federal Aviation Administration, FAA grant assurances, and also Town Chapter 100. The project also supports compliance with federal safety standards to the greatest extent practicable. This project has nothing to do with adding new hangars, which was a question that came up. Absolutely nothing. And what alternatives have been considered, if any? The environmental assessment lays out the alternatives considered and the selection of the preferred alternative in chapters 4 and 5. Simply, obstructions in airport approach surfaces are in direct conflict with maximizing safety. The Airport Commission is committed to the operation of a safe airport. As I've said many times, simply, it's all about safety. To close, it is interesting that all of the concerned neighbors who want to have a safer airport have not offered anything that would make the airport safer in the eyes of the FAA or MassDOT. In fact, all they have done over the last several years is stonewall the project and cause numerous delays. This project was supposed to get underway a year ago. By conflating aviation issues with environmental issues, they succeeded in causing a cost overrun of $29,000.
Lloyd.
None of this is supportive.
No.
None of this is supportive of the airport and has made the airport less safe as a result. I know this because I've flown in over these trees myself, and I can say it's not very pleasant. Thank you. Now, I would like to have Mr. Karen from Gale Associates speak to some of the issues that Dr. Thompson brought up. I think it's important that we address them.
Mr. Karen?
Hello, good evening, everybody. Yeah, if it's okay, I can address some of the questions from Dr. Thompson's slides. I don't want to be too lengthy here, but I'll just see if I can quickly jump through some of these. I do note on slide 2 that he talks about there being just a visual approach surface, but I do want to point out that as Chairman Harrison was mentioning, the airport does have 2 approaches. It does have a visual approach, and it does have a published non-precision instrument approach. That's the runway type 4. That's in the form of the NDB and the RNAV. You can find that by going on AirNav and typing in Chatham to see that the FAA does have non-precision published approaches. Those non-precision approaches are discussed in the 2003 master plan. I went back and did a little research to see when they were first discussed, or not first discussed, but how far back I could find when they did come up. So in 2003, the airport master plan, specifically Chapter 5, states, and I quote, "Both runway ends at Chatham currently support non-precision instrument circling approaches." So there's discussion on them, like I said, from 2003. The FAA has even put in writing, and this information was provided to the Conservation Commission when we were working through the permitting for this project, confirming that the runway type 4 is in fact the existing approach surface, which is consistent with the airport's non-directional beacon and GPS published non-precision approaches. Let's see here. Just jumping ahead. So again, yeah, those aren't brand new approach surfaces. Those are existing. There's some discussion on one of the slides, on the colorful slide, that mentioned that we would need to clear cut the vernal pool. Having gone through a rather lengthy and arduous permitting process with the Conservation Commission, I can assure everyone on this call that the Conservation Commission simply isn't going to order the Airport Commission an order of conditions to clear cut a vernal pool. That's just ridiculous. Burying Ocean State job lot in 20 feet of sand, I'm not sure that that's germane to the existing tree clearing project that has gone, significant scrutiny through the Cape Cod Commission, Conservation Commission, and MEPA. Certainly, if the airport was looking to expand the runway and bury Ocean State job lot in 20 feet of sand to do so, there would be a process to get before multiple agencies, as well as boards and commissions within the town to permit something of that magnitude. If you go and look at the airport's capital improvement program, there's no discussion or mention of clear-cutting vernal pools. There's no mention or discussion of expanding the runway safety areas, or expanding the runway length into Ocean State job lot. I think I'll pause there for a minute unless there's any questions of me on my response at this point in time.
I'd like to just ask, because this was raised by both Dr. Thompson and Ms. Holt, the difference between the 6.9 acres and the 60 acres that are in the, could you explain,
yeah,
because you heard them.
Yep,
I'd like to get an answer.
We do have that. So technically speaking, it's actually 6.58 acres. And if I could, I'd like to just bring on Adrian Dunk from GZA just to explain the overarching vegetation management plan and what that means and what that looks like for an airport. Because in an ideal world, yes, the airport would have the ability to clear all airspace surrounding the airport, but obviously they don't have the property rights, they don't own the land, et cetera, et cetera. But I see Adrian jumped on, so I'll pause for a minute and give her an opportunity to educate everybody on this.
Is this your environmental consultant? Yes. Okay.
Yes, it is.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I'm Adrian Dunk from GZA, and I prepared the vegetation management plan. The state, Mass DOT, Mass DEP, and other state agencies developed the protocol for airports to prepare vegetation management plans, actually starting around 1993 through 1999, and it's codified through several large environmental impact reports. And these plans look at an airport's whole airspace. So we look at the approach surfaces as well as the transitional surfaces, and look at current and potential areas for airspace penetrations by trees and other vegetation. And that's where this larger number comes from, of 60 acres. We're looking at a much larger area where there could be penetrations. And then we're also looking at the actual ground topography and at that imaginary surface of the transition surface or the approach surface. So when reading the vegetation management plan, some of those areas are quite tall. So we take an integrative vegetation management approach, which means that the airport strives to develop compatible vegetation in zonations around the airport. So some of those cutting areas are 80 feet tall. Trees taller than 80 feet could be cut in the future once easements or avigation easements, property rights are obtained. It does not mean they'll be clear cut. It does not mean 60 acres will be clear cut. It means that areas will be watched, and should there be penetrations, those selective trees will be removed while the rest of the forest, which is maybe 60 feet tall, can be left intact. So it's a way to balance safety at the airport with protection of natural areas. As I said, Mass DEP, as well as the Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program, Massachusetts Department of Agriculture, and other resource protection agencies were involved through the MEPA process in developing this integrated vegetation management approach that is used at general aviation airports across the Commonwealth and was applied here at Chatham. So 6 acres or 6.5 acres is proposed now, also in areas of zonation, so selective cutting. Some areas, as discussed with the Conservation Commission, will be left with trees that are below the allowable height. Shrubs and other compatible vegetation will be allowed to grow. And then other areas in the future, should easements be obtained, there may be selective cutting as necessary and as legally permitted. So that's the difference in the numbers.
Thank you. Huntley, anything else from?
I don't know. I think if Adrian and Matt stay on, as questions come up from the public, they perhaps can weigh in.
Yeah.
I've had said my piece, and thank you very much for your time.
I want to ask a question. I know the Airport Commission Council is on. This is the special council that the Select Board approved a few years ago. We don't have our own town council, but in the staff memo that was prepared by Mr. Whalen, and you said it yourself, that this is either required or compatible with state law as well as the grant assurances. I just would like to get a little further elucidation from Mr.
Macarios?
Macarios.
Yeah, he's here.
If he would, so we can
He'll come up.
have a fuller understanding of that.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Mina Macarius from Anderson and Krieger, outside counsel to the Airport Commission. There's not a whole lot more to add to what Huntley and others have said. The plan has gone through all of the required state approvals it needs to, and the tree cutting is to support existing operations. Some of the comments made earlier about expansion of operations, any expansion of the airport would most likely require a similar environmental analysis to occur. That doesn't happen lightly or overnight. And the FAA does require mitigation of potential hazards within the RPZ. This is what this is designed to do. This issue has come up before in past contexts about the applicability of the tree bylaw, the discussion at town meeting a few years ago. that I was present at, for those of you who are, a similar point, that this is not an expansion of existing facilities in any way. It is meeting the obligations given to the federal government to do what's in the airport's power, following reasonable permitting pathways, as it has here, to mitigate potential harm. The FAA and the state sometimes do, certainly do allow incomplete compliance with that at times, but that doesn't mean that where the opportunity presents itself, that the airport has a lesser obligation to do this, again, having gone through all of the environmental review process.
So, and I should have mentioned at the beginning, we have received some email or emails on the other side suggesting that, as I read them, this is not required by the grant assurances. Do you want to comment on that point?
Yeah, the grant assurances do not say you must cut X number of trees. They don't say you must maintain, exactly X perimeter. What they do is say that you will maintain a safe and efficient operating space at the airport. And the FAA in its reviews, the MassDOT in its reviews, as I understand, has made it clear that this would be consistent with that, with doing that, and that where an airport has potential hazards in its RPZ, it should take reasonable measures to address them. That sometimes is not feasible for a variety of reasons. If there is simply a structure that cannot be removed, land that is not within the control of the airport, that where that is not possible, or easements cannot be acquired. But where an airport has the ability to do it, FAA will generally be looking for that in its inspections. So the grant assurances may be broader, and so I think this idea that because the grant assurances don't require it, it does not have to be done, don't explicitly talk about a particular thing, it doesn't have to be done, isn't valid. And I would just say that the airport has, on virtually every occasion where the grant assurances have come up and made points about the grant assurances, it's been backed up by MassDOT and FAA. There is no daylight, to my mind, as a practicing airport attorney, or between what the FAA, MassDOT, and this particular airport commission believe the grant assurances, what is required of them for the grant assurances for this commission.
Thank you. Okay, before I open it up to public comment, I want to ask Dee Dee Holt and Dr. Thompson if you have any comments or questions following what you just heard. So Dee Dee, go with you first.
Yeah, just a couple of things. The bylaw, the shade tree bylaw, does not prohibit removal of trees in a woodland. Our concern is how it's done, more than perhaps what is done. And then, so basically minimize and mitigate. And so there's a monitor who can assure everyone that the work that was contracted for is what is being done, and if there are any unintended consequences, that those are swiftly addressed. And speaking of mitigation, $70 a tree, I don't know where they got that number, but a small 2-inch caliper tree is going to cost 2 or 3 times that. And then you have to pay, you've got the cost of planting and watering the tree for 2 or 3 years. So, and another question with regard to that is, what do they mean by tree? Are they considering they're only going to count trees over a 5-inch caliper, 3-inch caliper? So without knowing that, I guess, knowing where the $70 came from is sort of a mystery to me. One last thing, again, Friends of Trees is only concerned about the fate of the trees and the mitigation for those trees.
Huntley, who wants to respond to and try to answer Dee Dee's questions?
I think to answer her question, I believe Adrian perhaps might want to weigh in on that, or maybe Matt, I see you back on.
Ms. Dunk did the vegetation plan, so maybe she should respond first. Is that correct?
Sure. This information was decided and is codified in the order of conditions as issued by the Chatham Conservation Commission under the Chatham Wetlands Bylaw. So the $70 was debated with the Conservation Commission during public hearings. It was decided based on looking at engineering cost estimates, RS means, and other cost estimating tools in the Commonwealth, and the ability to purchase trees at this number at a wholesale dollar value, not a nursery cost. There is an environmental monitor as well as a resident engineer serving in a clerk of the works capacity to document work, address noncompliance, and otherwise document compliance with the order of conditions as well as other permits and requirements for construction. And trees were defined in the permitting and other documents using the Army Corps standard for trees, which is 3-inch DBH.
I think I read in, and I wanted you to confirm this if it's correct. The commission is required to report annually to the Conservation Commission? Are you required to submit reports to the Conservation Commission on this project?
There will be reports for invasive species monitoring following the tree removal for, you'll have to forgive me, 2 or 3 growing seasons. That is also in the order of conditions, but I don't recall if it's 2 or 3 growing seasons.
Okay.
With reports submitted annually.
Mr. Karen, did you have any addition? Thank you. Anything additional to respond to the questions, concerns expressed by Ms. Holt?
Nope.
I'd actually like to add something real quick, if you don't mind, Matt. This is Marco Tariano. I'm also with Gale Associates.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking now?
My name is Marco Tariano. I'm also with Gale Associates.
Okay.
But I just wanted to address Ms. Holt's question about the sort of methods. Per the conservation permit, in the areas that are closest to the vernal pool, will be done cleared by hand, and all trees will be brought out, and nothing will be felled in the vernal pool. So there was consideration to what methods were used around those sensitive areas. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Dr. Thompson, your turn if you have anything you would like to have responded to or addressed.
I have 2 questions primarily for Huntley here. One being that he continues to argue that this non-precision approach existed. I put up a number of arguments why it does not exist. I'm aware of what's published, the circling and so on. I don't want to get into technical stuff, but it's not in the ALP, the airport layout plan that was published. There, it very clearly states that there's only a visual runway here. But we can argue that probably indefinitely. The other issue is the MEPA discussion said that the airport plans were no longer proposed. And I'd like to know what the hell that means. If you can tell us.
Huntley, would you like to respond, or one of your consultants?
Yeah, if Huntley, if you want, I can take that one.
Yeah, do you want to take that?
Sure.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so for those of you who've been following along with the Airport Commission for quite some time, you'll recall back during, starting in 2018, there was discussion that the Airport Commission wanted to pursue what they call an LPV approach, which is that straight-in instrument approach into the airport, which currently does not exist. So as part of this process, or part of the master plan process, once the airport started discussing an LPV, there was a lot of interest in that from the public. And the Airport Commission backed off the pursuit of that LPV approach, which in addition to the existing surface required a cleared 30-to-1 surface. So working with FAA flight procedures, we asked them, could they possibly get an LPV approach in on just a clear 20-to-1? And FAA flight procedures said that that would be something that they would have to fly, something that they would have to evaluate. They aren't sure if that is something that could be done at Chatham Municipal Airport. So there is no more LPV approach. So when we say that the airport, stopped pursuing a certain approach, that's what we mean. That LPV approach is no longer being pursued by the Airport Commission. However, FAA flight procedures, who are the ones that are responsible for publishing approaches at airports, could potentially implement an LPV approach at Chatham if they deem it to be safe and reasonable and something that can be implemented at the airport. It's not the Airport Commission, it's not Gale Associates, not Mass DOT, it's not something that we can get together and say, hey, we want an LPV approach, publish one for us. FAA flight procedures would have to take that on and review and evaluate the safety around something like that.
Thank you. Huntley, did you want to,
No, I just.
Mike?
What's your first question again?
Mike, did you have one follow up on that, and then we'll get to your other question.
There's something going on here because the MEPA, the LPV was nothing to do with MEPA. I was asking the question as what was been cancelled in what plans, airport plans were no longer proposed that led MEPA to stop their pursuit of this and come up with a decision that said it was okay. That was, what Matt Cannon just said does not address that issue as far as I'm concerned.
We'll give Mr. Karen a chance to respond to that, and then we'll take your first question.
Then I'll go back to the
Yeah, so Tori Kim, I believe is her name for me, but that's the exact conversation that we had with her, that same explanation, discussing the LPV approach from the master plan, how that has sort of transpired over time. There was required surfaces that the airport was needing to clear, that 30-to-1 surface, which required a lot more clearing over properties over Great Hill. So that what I'm explaining to that is the exact conversation that we had with the MEPA office, and yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
Missed that one.
Huntley, do you want to respond to Mike Thompson's first question? We're not ready yet for public comment, Jerry.
No, he was asking me about the approaches that, the two approaches we have, and he says there's no evidence for it. And I was just telling him, if he looks at the approach plates for the airport that the FAA publishes, they're there. Both approaches are there. They've been there for a long time. So I don't know. I think he's confused. it has nothing to do with anything. So,
okay.
Sorry. I wish I could answer you better, but I can't.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you all.
I think the chair of the Finance Committee, which funded this in part, is on. I said earlier if he wanted to speak, he could. There he is, Stephen Daniel. I'll give you a chance to speak, and then we'll open it to public comment.
Thank you, Dean. I will be brief. Sorry, let me get aligned here. And as requested, we'll stick to the discussion around the roughly 6.5 acres, not getting the weeds around approach surfaces and 60 acres and burying buildings. I guess I'm trying to understand ultimately what we're trying to achieve here tonight. I guess by background, I will remind folks that the Finance Committee voted 9-0 to support the article regarding this, what we think is the critical safety maintenance project. If I'm not mistaken, I think the select board at the time similarly voted unanimously to support the article. As I further understand it, all local, regional, state, and federal approvals have been received for the undertaking. As you note, funding has been secured in part through some of our efforts on the Finance Committee. And I guess my question is to the select board, is there jurisdiction? Is there the means, given that all these approvals have been granted and the law seems to have been fully followed, the process seems to have been fully followed, kind of what next? What do we ultimately reaching for here tonight?
Well, let me respond. I'm doubtful that this board has any authority to direct and instruct the Airport Commission to do this project or not do this project. I think the most this board could do would be to do nothing, endorse the project, or recommend that it not be undertaken, or that it be undertaken with certain conditions. The reason this is before us is because a member of this board, in addition to a couple of citizens, asked some questions or raised some concerns, and I feel, well, certainly I'm obligated under our rules to put it on our agenda at the request of a fellow board member, and it's certainly our responsibility to listen to community concerns and questions, and that's why it's before us tonight. It's
All right, and I fully respect and appreciate that.
It's largely informational, but if there's interest on the board to consider doing something, that will follow the public comment session. We'll take it back to the board. I hope that's responsive to your question, Steve.
Yeah, I think generally, again, I'm just sort of underscore that, our unanimous, the Finance Committee's unanimous support for this project.
And you are correct that the Select Board, as I recall, voted unanimously to support that article at town meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, very
Thank
good. I
you.
just wanted to weigh in on that front.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up to public comment. I know we have various people online. The first person I noticed online was Mr. KB. And then I'm going to try to go back and forth, and I think Mr. Stahl had his hand up first in the audience. So I don't know who KB is, but Mr. or Ms.
Or Bacow?
Yeah. Hi.
State your name, please.
Apologies. Can you get, my name is Kenneth Bacow. I'm a homeowner in Chatham, and I'm also a tenant at the Chatham Airport. I appreciate everyone taking the time to hear my comment on this. I have two small kids. We spend a lot of time teaching them how to ride bikes safely, and we love the bike path. I notice on the bike path, similar to what Chairman Harrison said, the trees come up to the edge of the bike path and then they're cleared and the bike path is clear. And my two small children love riding on the bike path, as do I. It's the same as the roads and, as you said, the harbors. And I notice that it's the same people that kind of raise objections every time something has to do with the airport. And I don't recall hearing objections to the clearing of the trees on the bike path or on Main Street. I don't fly a jet. I'm not a charter operator. I fly, if you picture a station wagon with a propeller, that's what I'm flying. And I can tell you that, if my station wagon with a propeller hits a tree when I'm landing, that could be really dangerous to me, to my children, and to the people around. It doesn't matter whether you're a jet, which, I don't think there's a lot of jets that can even land on 3,000 feet. But in my case, it's a small little plane, the type that, people say they like. But if a small little plane hits a tree branch, that's a problem. Same way if one of my children on the bike path hits a tree branch, that's a problem, or a car on Main Street. So I think the last speaker, Mr. Daniel, if I'm not mistaken, said that this had already been approved by a bunch of experts and boards and state, local, and federal authorities. I would just ask that the Select Board continue to respect the work that has already been approved and allow it to continue so that we can maintain the Chatham Airport in a safe way, the similar fashion as we do the roads and waterways and all the other components that make our town what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry Stahl. And I'm going to ask everyone, as I said earlier, try to keep your comments within 3 minutes if possible.
I would just like to, Jerry Stahl, West Chatham, I would just like to clarify what I feel is the issue here, because there's been a lot of talk about, how safety, like apple pie, is a perfect thing. It's not about safety, I don't think. It's about approaches, airport approaches. And I've had this feeling since, like Matt Cannon said, some people have been following this for a few years since the master plan came out. I'm one of those people who's followed it. The only one who I feel I've gotten clear answers on any of this business is Matt Cannon, incidentally. The Airport Commission never gives clear answers. I've watched almost all their meetings for the last several years. And how did I find, and the approach issue has been an important one. As you know, I'm opposed to having a lot more jets flying and these bigger airplanes flying into Chatham. And I think that that would be promoted by introducing new approaches at the airport. I felt that's part of the master plan that they're going for. Ever since the master plan back several years ago, the airport has been trying to go for more big jets coming in, more charters, and by getting these new approaches. And my understanding had been that the FAA told the AC they had to cut down a bunch of trees before the FAA would approve new approaches. And that's why I think they've been trying to cut down all these trees, although they never say that, of course. And so I think that if we allow them now to cut down the 6 acres, then they'll go on, like the other consultants said, they really are looking at 60 acres of trees, not clear cutting, but cutting some. Once they get started with this first 6 acres now, next year they'll want to do more, and then the following year more. That's their plan. And then they'll get the FAA approval for these new approaches, and we'll have a lot more charter jets coming in, because now we're a hub for charters. This NPIAS status, which got pushed in without much discussion at as part of the master plan, opens us up for being a charter hub, no longer this nice little amateur pilots hangout. And so the issue is these approaches, and I thought they were still going for these new approaches, but suddenly I heard when there was an issue before MEPA, whether they should investigate what was going on there, they decided not to investigate because suddenly, somehow, somebody told them, oh, the Airport Commission's not looking for new approaches anymore. Now, if the Airport Commission changed its whole plan, why wasn't that ever voted on at an Airport Commission meeting? I don't think it was. When was this decision made? Matt Cannon just explained it to us. It was some backdoor FAA thing, and it was never announced to the public. It only became clear through some lawyer connections to get rid of an investigation of what the Airport Commission was doing. And that's why I'm opposed to what they're doing.
Thank you. Huntley, this is public comment right now. I want to. No, I'm going to just stick with the public comment. There's H. Is that Mr. Fessenden? Is that you?
That's me. That is me. I'm getting the camera going here, everybody. So Hart Fessenden, Chatham. I don't want to take a lot of time here because I think everyone wants to go home. But I do want to speak out rather strongly in favor of the tree clearing, which has been vetted by multiple agencies over multiple years, as we all know. And I'd just like to quickly sum up my understanding of what is happening here. And I think it's very important that we focus on what we're trying to accomplish. And that is, we're seeking to trim trees on 6.5 acres only. And those 6.5 acres, I'm trying to show a map of the airport here, but it's simply at the end of the runways, the green and the yellow. That's all we're talking about, not 60 acres. And I think we've heard tonight that we're going to have no new approaches. We're going to have no airport expansion. And the other thing we heard tonight, which was so interesting to me, is the town is spending lots and lots of money through the Natural Resources Department on all manner of maintenance of bulkheads, of docks, of bridges. We know the town spends money on roads. We know that they trim trees off the sides of roads, as does Eversource. And this project at the airport is de minimis in comparison to all of that. And the last thing I'd like to do, and I know people won't really be able to see it, but I like to show this picture of the Chatham Airport back in about 1960. And if you look at it, you can see that the trees are the size of bushes back then. So basically, there's been very little trimming ever since about 1960 when this picture was taken. And as you can see, the trees have grown way high. And that's what we're trying to accomplish, is to trim them up to make safe approaches, to maintain the existing approaches, and no more. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, please identify yourself.
Good evening. I'm Katie Waters from out on Forest Beach Road. Wow. First of all, it's great to see so many show up for such a critical matter, especially after experiencing such a fierce storm and it being very late as well. I think a shout out goes to Eversource, who kept us all powered up, safe and warm because of the precautions they took by trimming trees this fall. The proactive steps resulted in no power outages throughout all of Chatham. So speaking of which, quite frankly, why are we here? Why are we discussing something that has been scrutinized for almost 3 years, most importantly, approved by the Cape Cod Conservation Commission, the Chatham Conservation Commission, the Mass Department of Environmental Protection, the Aeronautical Branch of the Mass Department of Transportation, and the governing federal agency, the FAA. A group of concerned citizens claim they want to increase safety at the Chatham Airport, yet they are introducing compromising delay tactics and circulating misinformation that is creating the exact opposite of what they propose to stand for: safety. To say that cutting down trees shorter provides more airspace for a bigger airplane to come in doesn't work that way. We all know it's based on a runway's length, and we all know that the Chatham runway has no place to lengthen, and that is not what this agenda is for right now. This article is about 6.5 acres trimming those trees. So my credentials coming here this evening is that of a little girl who grew up in Chatham, who actively participated in the conservation classes of our elementary school, who went on to major in biology, and is very familiar with the ecological efforts here on Cape Cod. Growing up back in the 60s on the Oyster Pond, I never imagined becoming a pilot, an airline captain with over 20,000 hours of flight time. That achievement is not mine alone, but it's reflective of the FAA safety regulations designed, imposed, and responsibly implemented at the airports all across the United States. Chatham is a very special place. I think we can all agree on that. But it's not so special that it can remove itself from state and federal mandates. To stall safety measures after such scrutiny and the approval of the governing bodies is not an option. It's negligence. It puts lives into jeopardy, mine, those who live and work in West Chatham, seasonal residents and summer visitors that contribute so much to our economy, and everyone in this room. Why would the town of Chatham take on that liability? And why would any member of the select board knowingly oppose such critical safety measure? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy, is there anyone else online? Okay. John, sir, you're next.
Good evening to the Select Board, and thank you for this opportunity to just speak. My name is Dana Quinn. I own an airplane at the airport too, and very similar to Katie, who just spoke, I have a very similar background. I moved here because there's an airport at Chatham. Why? Who cares about an airport? Somebody with 33,000 hours of flying and 27 years in the U.S. military does. And I'll tell you why. That's not to try and impress anybody. It's just to tell you how important it is to have, excuse me, to have tree cutting here, because
I'm sorry, there's no points of order from the audience. It can only come from the board. If you have a question, I would address your question after this gentleman speaks. No, we'll let him speak first. We'll let him speak first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I'm trying to point out here is I have offered many, many times when all this skirmish started coming up years and years ago, and there were accusations out there about the airport and things like that. I spend a lot of time there. I would think if they were trying to expand the airport, I would know about it. I have an airplane there. That's not my point. My point is I offered all the people, excuse me, all the people that are talking about the airport being unsafe, we shouldn't cut trees. I have offered on numerous occasions to take them up in my airplane at my cost and show them what it is that we're so concerned about. If any of the select board members would like to come up and fly into Chatham at night where you can't see these trees, they're not lit up like a flagpole at the town hall. I take a chance every time I come in with my wife on board and my kids on board that I'm not going to drag a wheel into a branch. That would be very, very bad. We're just trimming trees and trying to make it safer for everybody. And that includes the people on the ground. This is not a selfish request. So I just want to thank you for your time here. And I will yield to that lady who has some kind of a problem with who it is that's speaking up here now. Thank you.
I'll entertain your question, Carol, but you need to be at a microphone or have someone speak for you. Can the question wait until these other gentlemen, they've been in line before you raise your voice? We'll let them speak first, and then we'll.
I'll ask the question for her. She's having trouble moving.
Okay.
Question is from Carol Bliss, West Chatham. Her question is, to speak here, do you have to be a Chatham resident to speak at this
No, you
hearing?
do not. No, you do not. We were advised by town council some years ago that we had to let anybody speak, and that's our practice, so thank you. Mr. Cortese.
Good evening. Thank you. I'll make this really brief. Full-time Chatham resident, and I'm also a member of the Airport Commission. I love this town. Grew up here as a 3-year-old in the summers and now full-time resident. I love the natural beauty. Use the bike trail all the time. My family does. My wife does to go to work. I love trees. I don't want to cut them unless there's absolutely necessary. And I'll go at lengths to keep them. As a matter of fact, I have outdoor fig trees that my grandfather brought over from Italy that require a lot of maintenance to keep up. They're almost like well, they're a lot of work to keep up. This said, something has been bothering me and keeping me up at night. The question I have is, who is responsible if there's an accident at the airport? And it's determined that the trees are a factor. Is it the Airport Commission? Is it the town due to Chapter 100, the town bylaw? Is it the obstructors or obstructions to the process which are causing delays? I don't know the answer to this, and I don't think I want to explore this via experience. What I do know is the Airport Commission has been pursuing this for 3 years. And also one thing also I know is that it's been said that Chatham has had existing instrument approaches ever since I learned to fly in 2003. And remember that every instrument approach at this level ends with a visual landing. So you can call this a visual airport at that point, but it starts as an instrument approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're next, sir.
Thank you. My name's Ian Day. I'm a pilot. I keep an airplane at Chatham Airport. I'm a resident of Brewster, but we do also own property at 86 Melody Lane in Chatham. Over the years, since I started flying in and out of Chatham, it was about 2015 when I first started flying at the airport. I've been flying for 36 years. I'm currently a wide-body jet captain for an international cargo company. But flying small airplanes is my passion. And in the last 10 years, I don't know the exact number, but those trees are a lot closer to my airplane when I'm landing than they were when I first started flying here. Again, there's been a lot of disinformation sown about clear-cutting 6 acres or clear-cutting 60 acres. They're not clear-cutting anything. They're individually going after trees that are in the safe area, the safety zones above the airspace. This has been permitted, it's been talked about for years, and it's just another example of certain individuals going after the airport for anything they can get. It started with the skydivers, and now it's about the approaches, which have existed. I can show you the approach plates on my telephone right now if you'd like to see them, but they've been around for a very, very long time. And in fact, Chatham has one of the last NDB approaches in the country. Most of the rest of them have all been gone away and been replaced with these GPS approaches. I'm sure there are certain individuals here that still use the AAA Road Atlas instead of the GPS that their car comes equipped with now, or their telephone. But please, it's been permitted, it's been talked about, let's just get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you're next.
Hi, my name is Austin Pereira. I am a Cape Cod resident, and I keep one of the planes at the Chatham Airport. One of the first things I actually want to comment on is the question of whether someone is a resident in Chatham if they're speaking on this. If you argue that you care about safety, you can't say that it should matter where you live, because the trees, the dangers, or any obstruction, they don't care where you live. If that is your route of travel or that is your means of travel and you care about safety, then it shouldn't matter where your house is, as long as you are still using that as a route to get home at night. And that's why, for me, it's important. I'm an endodontist. I have no commercial interest in aviation, but I love the Chatham Airport. I love it precisely because it's small, because it has a community of great people I've gotten to know, and we like it as a place to hang out. This is not something that, for us, there's no gain to expanding the airport. We want it to be small and we want it to be safe. It's not about new approaches. These are affecting visual approaches, and you can argue it all you want. All it takes is a simple flight in a little plane like mine, which was built in 1968, to fly over and see how dangerously close those trees are now to a simple, ordinary landing. It's not about major jets coming in, which you can also tell just by having a sandwich at Hangar B. For us, watching a jet come in is a big occasion. We ask where it came from, whose is that, how did it get here? This isn't about an airport trying to pass a conspiracy theory to expand into something it's not. It's about trying to maintain the airport in the way that it's always been maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Members of the board and participants, good evening. My name is Kyle Takajian. I'm a year-round Chatham resident, and I also rent a hangar here and fly a small Cessna aircraft from our airport. Learned to fly here 30 years ago, and actually first came to Chatham in 1984, my first duty station in the Coast Guard. There's been a lot of information, of course, talked about this evening. And what I'd like to convey to you is being able to see clearly and not have obstructions when we're flying not only accounts when we're in the air, but when we're on the ground. An aircraft that's waiting to take off, when you want to see a plane that's coming in, you need a clear line of sight. As these trees grow, obviously that blocks. So if we don't take care of this now, when are we going to take care of it? Because the trees will continue to grow. That process won't stop. And this is maintenance, as folks have talked about, whether it's our harbor, whether it's our bike paths or roadways. We prevent accidents by doing preventative maintenance. This is no more than that. I would urge you folks as a board to support this project and allow it to go forward with your support. And I would tell you that I believe that this is really good public policy in terms of maintaining the trees. My background, I've spent my entire life in public safety, 30 years with the Coast Guard, retiring from the Coast Guard Reserve in 2017. And I concurrently had a 30-year career as a police officer. In the last 6 years, I was the emergency management director and the chief of police in the town of Truro. So I'm well-versed in public safety policy. This is good policy for our town, and I would urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Laura Slivka. Some of you guys might recognize me. I was the assistant conservation agent here in Chatham many years ago, and I fought for many trees to protect. I'm also a pilot, and I'm not fighting for these trees to protect them. Like everybody else has said, when we come in, we want to make sure we have a very clear view and coming in on a smooth angle. And as these trees continue to grow, they get closer to our airplanes. As a safety measure, not all it is a safety measure, it's important to get these clear trees cut. Additionally, I'm disappointed to say this. I'm disappointed that the selectmen continue to allow citizens to speak without any background and give false information about things that they don't know anything about. They might know some stuff because they've done research on it, but plain and simply approaches, he doesn't have any reason to talk about it. But you guys continue to let him talk about it at the town meeting. He writes it in the newspaper. And I don't think it's fair because he's being able to change people's opinions based on what's not true. Someone like Mike Karen, he speaks the truth. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would just point out that under the ruling of the Supreme Judicial Court, this board has to allow anybody to say anything they want. They can be as nasty as they want or as kind as they want. I can't stop them. And much to my personal disappointment, we have to allow people from anywhere in the country, anywhere in the world, to stand at that podium and speak to us. So that's what we're doing. Thank you. Mr. Haas.
Hello, I'm Renee Haas, and a resident of Chatham and pilot at Chatham Airport. And a number of pilots have spoken about the importance, and it is a personal thing in a way. They've experienced it personally. I know that Mr. Day has many times offered in meetings for members of the public to come and fly with him and witness the same thing. He's never gotten any response, from that, and that tells you a little something. So I'm here to ask you to reject the comments and the opinions expressed by Mike Thompson. He has made it known that he believes that an airport in Chatham is really not appropriate for the town of Chatham. And so his comments and analysis, they're more born of sowing seeds of discontent with the Airport Commission rather than a desire to improve safety, as he claims. In order to be brief, the presentation that he made is, is full of misinformation, but it would take hours to go and actually try to rebut all of them in public. So I'll just cite one example of a statement which is misleading and hurtful to the airport and thereby the entire Chatham community. One of his slides, Mike Thompson states that according to the FAA, a straight-in approach to landing in Chatham without a control tower might increase the chance of a mid-air collision. Now that is very seriously misleading on so many levels. First, the tree cutting proposal supports every kind of landing approach. Day and night, any kind of weather conditions. It improves the safety for all aircraft, big or small. It doesn't impact on the number of large aircraft that will land here in Chatham. Second, the subject of straight-in approaches is not really relevant to our discussion because we are not proposing any particular type of approach. This project, it's the project of tree cutting on 6.5 acres. It's entirely independent of any requirements to enable new instrument approaches, which may be considered in the future, but have not been, actively discussed or pursued. And, the subject of straight-in approach is not really relevant to this. We're talking about a small project to clear 6.5 acres, and that's what was requested. The project is entirely independent of any requirements to enable new instrument approaches and primarily serves the small aircraft that represent well over 95% of the traffic at the airport. And third, his comment somehow ignores the reality that actually straight-in approaches have been studied by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and they've been found to be 25 times safer than the circling approach now used in Chatham, using basically World War II technology. Why doesn't he mention this? If he's supposedly interested in safety, he would be going 100% for an approach which is much, much more safe. We're not anywhere near there yet, but he just cites where somewhere he heard that the FAA said this would increase mid-air collisions, which is absurd. So he should the comments show that his intention is really to harm the airport and the airport commission, really without any regard to the safety of those in the community or in the air. The sad truth is that Thompson has never been able to come up with any credible aviation expert to back up his damaging opinions. The reason's very simple, namely that these opinions make no sense to anyone with some aviation knowledge and with an unbiased viewpoint. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Brian, are you going to wrap this up? No, you're going to, no, I'm not going to allow any more comment, Dr. Thompson. No more comments. There are two people that are lined up to speak. Mr. Phillips, you're on.
All right, Brian Phillips. I'm on the Airport Commission. No one is more concerned about, preserving wildlife, habitats, and, little critters and birds than I am. But this is something that has to be done. These trees have to get cut down. I don't know if Dee Dee's not really paying attention right now, but I'm the one that brought the arborist to the tree warden meeting to make sure they didn't cut those trees down in the park. So, talk is cheap. I back it up, preserving wildlife and that whatnot, and this is something that has to get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lofgren.
Paula Lofgren, Great Hill. I didn't come with any plan to say anything this evening, but I feel compelled to get up here, having spent 3 years on the Airport Commission and devoted my life to learning about the FAA and learning about the restrictions and being there as we went through skydiving and watching and going to master plan meetings beforehand. So I'm not uneducated, even though I'm not a pilot. I'd like just quickly not to say anything about trees. I did take up an offer to go up in a plane. Maybe nobody else did, but I did make that approach. I had a newsletter that I started to inform the people in my neighborhood about what was going on, and was severely castigated by the Airport Commission by not being a team player. I thought I was doing my civic duty. That's in the past, but what I'd like to speak to tonight is something you said, Shereen, almost a decade ago, is that the Airport Commission needs to work with the people who are affected by the planes. And that, as I've watched that relationship deteriorate from where it was 10 years ago when I was on the Airport Commission, I would hope that the vitriol that I heard from nearly every single pilot against those of us who were underneath those planes as they come in the dark and don't know where they're going, I would hope that that could be left in the past so that we could make a move forward. And as for Mr. Karen from Gale, I wish I could come across the quote I have from you where I asked if there were over 500 Pilates planes coming in, what would happen? Because that is the base for a DG2 airport, which we don't have. And he said to me, the master plan would have to be reopened. I haven't seen any of that in any of the CIT. What are the plans going forward for capital improvement plan? So where do we go from here? As I sit here and listen to this is just trees, my worry is, yeah, this is just trees, but I have been misled by the Airport Commission before. I've been misled by the FAA. I've been misled by Burlington, where the district office is. So there is a huge trust issue that we don't believe what you are doing in the air or what you say you are doing. And that isn't just one-sided. So, Ms. Davis, I would implore you to speak to the Airport Commission to pull together what we tried to do years ago, which was create the FAA-approved Community Airport Coalition. They actually have a book on how airports work with communities. We brought this to the Airport Commission and was summarily dismissed. The pilots are not going anywhere. The airport isn't going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. So we need to make this to work going forward and not in the way that I heard this evening. Because I brought my dedication and my integrity to my place on the Airport Commission years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Prout.
Hi, my name is Harriet Prout, and I'm not a pilot. I've rarely been in a plane. And I'm just speaking for everyone in Chatham who isn't here tonight. I spoke at 2 of the town meetings, and there was a vote. There was a vote on this particular issue of the trees, and it was overwhelming. The citizens of this town said no. They said no to the money, and they said no to the trees. And now I don't understand how a the chair of the Finance Committee can find money that we voted down to now pay for the trees. I think it should go back to the town, to a town meeting again. I don't think you should override the voices of all the people that spoke at the town meeting. And it should go back there and make them do the decision. People don't want these pilots to be in harm. They want the airport master plan to change. They have talked, in that master plan, they're talking about advancing the airport, adding hangars, changing this, changing that, 60 acres of trees. That's all in the master plan. They may say it's not what they're doing. It's in their plan. Just ask them to do another plan. Just ask them to do that. We'll vote on it at the town meeting, and they'll get their trees trimmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to wrap. What do you have, Mr. Thompson, Doctor?
I have 2 seconds.
I'll give you 2 seconds, and then we're closing it down.
I agree with all you pilots that have spoken. Nowhere in my talk did I say that we should not trim the trees on the visual flight paths. I was talking about plans to enhance the airport with new approaches for the charter jets. So, of course, we have to trim the trees on the existing visual flight paths. There's a bylaw to that effect. So most of you were arguing the right thing, but it's inappropriate for this particular discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board now for any conversation or discussion you might want to have. And Stuart, this was your request. I don't know if you want to say anything at this time. I'll entertain any comments from any member of the board.
Sure. Thank you, Dean. Thank you for indulging the conversation. I know it's been a long evening. I think this conversation kind of is indicative of the problem of, at least historically, of the Airport Commission being able to effectively communicate its intentions. We've appointed several new members to the Airport Commission. I think that will bring, some newer light to the conversation. I agree that with Mr. Thompson that the trees are less of an issue, and I can see that trees have to be trimmed. I get it. I'm not, I think the analogy to dredging is ridiculous, but I'll save that for another night. So where do we go from here? My understanding is we won't be taking a vote on this issue. It's, I think that, and you've heard me say before, that it's incumbent upon the select board to take a leadership role in some of these more, controversial issues. This is a controversial issue that has been going on since skydiving, and doesn't appear to be coming to any satisfactory conclusion. I was intrigued with some of the pilots' conversations tonight. I agreed with them on some of the concerns of these small planes pilots. I certainly wouldn't want to be trimming trees with the wheels on my aircraft coming into Chatham Airport. However, that's not the issue. The issue here is, and after 8 or 9 months, it is clear to me that the groundwork is being laid and has been being laid for expansion of the operations at the airport. And I don't mean a runway lengthening. I mean allowing larger jet aircraft, whether it be charter or other type of commercial activity, into Chatham Airport. That is something that this community, I don't think, would accept. And that needs to be flushed out. We're not going to do that tonight, but that issue needs to be flushed out completely. I think Mr. Karen's comments were very helpful. I've heard him speak before, and he seems to bring some reason to the discussion. So I won't drag this on any further, but I think it's very clear that not all members of the commission, because some are new, and I think they all mean well, but this failed communication to the concerned neighbors and to the community is not doing them any good. It's not doing the airport any good, and it's not doing the pilots that use the airport any good. So, and I do believe in the future we're going to have to take a leadership role and resolve most of the issues that surround the airport, which go beyond the tree trimming. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you, Stuart. Any comment?
Yeah, right here.
Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to everybody that spoke this evening. Appreciate all the comments. I've been around a while. Folks, I want you to know that we can trim trees by right. We have a bylaw on number 100 that says by right we can trim trees around this airport. So that's been on the books forever. I just want to make sure, and I'm in favor of trimming the trees. I think it's a no-brainer. It is a safety issue. It's an absolute no-brainer. We have the ability to do that by right, number one. Number two, our Airport Commission, our Conservation Commission, the Cape Cod Commission, Mass DEP, MEPA, MassDOT, the FAA, and our own bylaw say it's okay to do this. Our pilots here this evening say it's okay to do this. I just want to make sure, and I'm in favor of doing it, I just want to make sure it's done right. I would like the monitor, if you will, and this is addressing your issues, Dee Dee, to really think carefully about trimming and topping versus removing. And no matter what zone you're in, the map that Gail has out here that has yellow and green on it, I really think we need to be very careful about how we go about our work. If a tree is 80 feet tall, are we going to rip it out or are we going to top it? That the slide that Hart showed, that the low growth pines, if you will, scrub pines, have now grown. So we got to take care of them. And by right, we should. It's the right thing to do. Downstream, I think we need to think more deeply about the overall relationship with the airport and the town, their issues. I appreciated what Stuart had to say, and I also appreciated what the folks here had, brought forward. Some very articulate folks here speaking. But what's in front of me tonight, I guess we're not going to take a vote, but were we to take a vote, I would definitely support the trimming of trees and the topping of trees and only removing trees when you absolutely have to. And I think we need to get the right arborists and get a good monitor and really pay attention to our native trees. I'm a tree hugger. But we need to do this smartly and safely, and we need to do it. We have, and I've been around a while, we have talked about this 10 times since it's ad nauseum. It's time to act. We have permissions to act. We can give ourselves permission to act. If I were to vote, I would say go ahead. But let's do it smartly. Let's do it with sensitivity. And I keep saying top and trim versus remove. Thank you.
Shireen.
I think, Jeff, you said it very eloquently, and I will not repeat because it is late, but I did want to say that I think, having the Friends of Trees come in and express concerns for what they see and getting answers to the question, oversight is important, and a less invasive way to cull, if that's a better word, some of the higher trees is really important. I just wanted to address, I know that Ms. Lofgren had brought up my position on community advocacy. I still believe that we see, and Stuart has made a point about this, is there's a community of distrust around the airport, and, over the course of the years, I've seen people just dig their heels in on both sides and not really be able to come to any sort of agreement or understanding, for a number of years. And it's just, I don't see as many outspoken folks in the room as we used to, but I know that they're still out there. And I just want to say that, an advocacy group is not a bad thing to have put together as a community, sort of, like another sense of community that can speak to the commission. But if something like that comes along, it can't be just completely criticizing folks. It does have to come with value, and it could only do that if it was advocacy on both sides. I don't know if that would ever happen, but that was where I was coming from in the past. So again, it's I support this project. I think safety is really important. The pilots did give us a better sense and understanding of what they're dealing with when they're flying into Chatham and flying out of Chatham. So I just hope that we can get this project done and done in a way that is good for everybody and good for the trees.
Thank you. Corey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a very long night, everyone, hasn't it? The tree issues, I have no problem with. We need to address them. It's a safety issue. That's crystal clear, no objections. But we've all been around long enough. I think there's broader questions out there. There's more engagement this board needs to take care of. There's broader trust issues, information, misinformation, you name it, that's still out there that we need to kind of round up and figure out how to work through it, because we don't need to have, multi-hour meetings on single issues every time something comes before us. We need to have a little bit more clear plan, how to engage, how the airport commission should communicate with the neighbors, how the board should communicate with citizens. Collectively, we could make a better process, because there's a lot of people that feel very strongly about the airport, and there's a lot of people that are putting information that is factual, and there's people that are putting information out that may have some flaws, and then we need to figure out how to correct that. So, but tonight's position and discussions about the trees, and it appears we're not taking any motion, so for the record, I don't have any objection to it, and hopefully we can move this forward.
Thank you. Well, I supported the article that went to town meeting, and I was disappointed that it was defeated, because to me it is a safety project. And I always come down on the side of safety first. And I appreciate that and respect the vote of town meeting. You can interpret it however you want, whether it was a denial of the substantive content or whether it was a denial of the funding. You could probably argue it both ways. But I am concerned about liability to the town if there is injury as a result of not doing anything with the trees. And I take considerable comfort in the position of our own Conservation Commission, which decision was reviewed by the Mass Department of Environmental Protection, and they issued a superseding order of conditions. At the same time, I do share the concerns that have been voiced tonight about citizen engagement, and I personally would think it would be a decent and constructive idea if there were some sort of citizen advisory commission or committee that the Airport Commission could work with on various issues, not just this one. I'm concerned also that the town needs to fulfill its legal obligations pursuant to our grant assurances and everything that flows from that. So I continue to support the project. I personally don't think we need to take any action tonight on this. I would encourage the Airport Commission, as it proceeds with this project, to continue to have conversation with the Friends of Trees. I think some of the suggestions that Mr. Dykens and Ms. Davis made are worth pursuing. I think this project could be undertaken in a very responsible and thoughtful manner. So with that, unless someone has a motion they want to put forward, as I said earlier, we could do nothing. We could support it. We could encourage the commission not to do it, or something in between. But I personally think we've had a very thorough discussion of this. I don't think we've had a discussion on an airport issue in several years like this, and it is almost 10 o'clock. So I'll ask if any board member has anything further to say. If not,
I just think it was apparent that the board, was very much in support of the project, the entire board.
well, we can speak for ourselves, but I think so. Okay. All right. With that, I'm going to ask for a final motion for the evening.
Motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I will call the roll. Ms. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Dykens?
Aye.
Mr. Meteris?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. We are adjourned at 9:59 p.m.